campus located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item on our study session agenda is a report on Utah College Application Week. And I will turn time over to Tori Gillette, Comprehensive Guidance Specialist.
So if she might walk in and we might have a second student come as well to talk, but I'm going to have Sophie come up and speak a little bit about her experience with College Application Week.
Hi, I'm Sophie Jensen. I'm the SBO president of Brighton High School. I love my school, and it has been 10 times better that it is a new school this year. I love the students and teachers at Brighton. It's a great place. I want to go to Utah State and hopefully be an ambassador for their college. I applied for college during Utah College Application Week. It was helpful having the ambassadors here from Utah State. I met them and got to know more about the college and the programs that they have. I also got help from my counselor, and she helped me send my transcripts. My parents were also able to participate in the FAFSA night. I know that helped them with the FAFSA process. Also, with being an SBO and being a senior and not having much free time after school is really nice to have in school time to apply for those colleges. So applying to college can be intimidating. It is helpful that students can get help from counselors and colleges at school during College Application Week. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. And like I said, hopefully her other student will be here, but we're looking at it. So this year for College Application Week, we helped 1,473 students apply to college. We also had some students that had applied before College Application Week. So as of the end of October, which October was the month for College Application Week, we had 1,509 seniors that had applied to college, but 1,473 of those were during UCA, which means that the majority of our seniors had applied during the time when we were helping them. So providing that time is very helpful for our seniors. We also helped students for a total of $1,960 to help pay for some of those application fees. Thank you to the Canyons Foundation. Now that is quite a bit lower than we've done in the past. And the reason why is because Salt Lake Community College and University of Utah had free applications during UCA this year. So where most of the money we spent in the past was for Salt Lake Community and University of Utah, they are our most attended schools. They had free applications this year. And so we appreciate that we were able to pay for the ones that we did pay for, but some of the colleges slowly but surely are coming to having free application during that time. I also printed off for you the school board, or sorry, not the school board, the high school feedback report. This is for our from USHE, and it is a report of, I gave you the 2019 graduating class and the 2018 graduating class, and it shows the enrollment of our seniors who graduated during those years and gives you some details. Also, I printed off you the report for all students and then low income students, so you can see the difference there. You can see that most of our students attend Salt Lake Community College or University of Utah, followed then by UVU and USU. One thing that I found very interesting is for the 2019 class, we had approximately 19% of students had previous college credit in math and 40% of students had previous college credit in English, but that was up from 9% and 33% from the previous year, from the 2018. So we have been increasing the numbers of students getting college credit for math and English entering as a freshman. So just some information for you to look at. The reports do come out a year later, so we'll get 2020 next year and kind of so that they can gather all the data for all of that information. But we thank you for your support with Utah College Application Week. We find it very helpful to have the seniors have a place to go, help with FAFSA. Any questions?
Questions, board? Mr. Wrigley?
I sure appreciate all what our counselors do. I've noticed that that's an important part of getting our students. Is there anything the board can do to support you in this process? Is there anything that you still think we need to do to enhance our college admissions and stuff in this district?
I don't, that's a good question. I think just promoting, I think what we're trying to do more and more of with our students and our parents is promoting that college does not necessarily mean a four-year university. So continuing to educate our families that when we're talking about post-secondary, we're talking about 1, 2, 4 or more. And if your desire is to not go to four-year college, what is your next step? And is that a 1-year certificate, a 2-year degree, or 4+, right? So just helping us educate that when we're talking about college application week, we're talking about all of it. We're not talking about just a four-year university. We're talking about helping students plan for their next step, and that can be any of that. So we also have a lot of students that we help with military applications, cosmetology schools, some of these other schools that aren't listed in USHE, helping them during that time. So just promoting that we're doing all of it, even though college has typically been thought of as a four-year university. We're talking any post-secondary plans. We're working on helping students with that.
It might be helpful if in fact you're keeping any data, you tell that too, so we give you credit for all the great things you're doing. So if you have the applications for other places, just as college, it'd be really nice to know that too. Just how vast that is.
Great, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Mrs. Arnold.
So how does the communication go out to the students to let them know that we're doing this? Because I thought it was pretty well just for applications for college too. But how do we communicate that we're helping them with getting signed up for the military or getting them into internships with some of the electricians that are always looking for high school students, or the accountants who are always looking for high school students and willing to train them? How are we communicating that?
So we as a district send out to all seniors and their families information, mail all of their families information about college application week, what it is, what we're there to help with. When we send it out in English and Spanish, and then the schools will do their own advertisement on their level, sending out reminders to parents of what to bring, reminders of what nights are their FAFSA nights and other things. So we do send something out specifically to all parents, but we can highlight that even more in there, that this is even more than just a four-year college, that this is for any post-secondary.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for all you do.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Mr. Millerberg.
I really appreciate you bringing students with you. And Jody, I enjoyed listening to you only because my son had the ambassador scholarship at Utah State. And that was just an amazing, amazing thing. He went up there as a freshman, then he left for 2 years for, I'll call it a religious sabbatical, and came back. He was able to recruit probably 20 people when he was on his sabbatical to Utah State, and he continues. He just turned 30 last year in March, or this year in March, and he continues to recruit for Utah State. That is an amazing opportunity if you get it. I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you for this report, and thank you for all that you do. And if the other student comes, will you just let me know, and we'll be happy to hear from them as well. Okay, thank you. Okay, and next on the agenda, update on the IT plan and digital citizenship report. I'll turn time over to Mr. Scott McCombs, IT Director, Kenneth Sorensen, Assistant ISD Director, and Susan Edwards, Community Engagement Coordinator. Mr. McCombs.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay? I'm not tall enough to stand up to the mic, I guess. Really appreciate the opportunity to share what we've been up to in IT with the board. We really appreciate the board's support and want to make sure that we're headed down the right path. So I'll try to be brief. I'm happy to answer any questions as I go, however, as well. Okay. So first of all, every year when I come and present to the board, I've shared our ratio of number of devices to our students. This year, rather than giving you a hard count, I've really presented what we're doing for a one-to-one model. So we are one-to-one at this point with every student. We have a few different models that we've put in place. So for all of our secondary students, we have provided what I call a 24/7 model. What that means is we've provided a Chromebook to every secondary student, and they have the opportunity to take that device to and from school every day. Okay. Now we have a different model in our elementary schools. So our elementary students, we're doing one-to-one with them as well. However, it's a classroom-based model. So students 2 through 5 are presented a Chromebook. That Chromebook is waiting for them in class. We've asked that the student use the same Chromebook every day. That doesn't always happen, but they have the opportunity to do that. And then grades K through 1 is the same thing, classroom-based, one-to-one with iPads for those students. Now, one of the other things that we've done is we've created an overhead for all of the schools with their one-to-one technology. So each school has at least 5% additional devices. Now, those devices are used in the classroom. We've asked, particularly in the secondary schools, every classroom has 1 to 5 Chromebooks in the back of the classroom. Those devices, that extra 5%, is meant to take care of if a student breaks their device or doesn't bring a device charged, or whatever the challenges are. We want to make sure that we have a few extra devices in every location so that they can be used regularly. Okay. Any questions on that before I move on? Physical support has been a big challenge for us. So you can imagine that prior to us going one-to-one, we had field techs, our techs out in the schools, who were providing the support really to the teachers. When we transitioned to the one-to-one model, our field techs continue to provide that support to the teachers, and now they're also providing support to students and families as well. So the needs for our field techs have really grown exponentially as we've gone to this new one-to-one model. We've received some great support from the administration. We've been able to add some field techs. So our current model as it stands, for every high school and middle school, we have a tech assigned to each location. Okay. Now at the elementaries, we have typically 1 tech assigned to 3 elementaries. In addition to that, we've put into place what we're calling our tech assistant team. We've added 10 part-time tech assistants, and we treat them as kind of a geek squad model, where if there's something that needs to be done, we can send the tech assistants to get it done, send them out as a group, or we can give them specific assignments. So some of our tech assistants are directly helping, like in transportation technology. Some of our tech assistants are helping with computer repair. We've used them in AV. Primarily, we're using them in the classroom, helping our field techs, primarily at the secondary level, to be able to support the one-to-one. We've received feedback from our team that really those tech assistants have made a world of difference in our support. They've been able to help our field techs keep their head above water, and that's really made a difference for our staff, but also for the staff in the school and for our students as well. I will mention here, this is not in this, but as we talk about the physical support and about the one-to-one model, our computer repair has increased 733% from this time in 2019. So it is a substantial challenge for us to be able to repair all of the devices that come in. We've got a great team who works on it. And they're doing everything that they can to keep those Chromebooks in students' hands. But a 730%, 33% increase is it's hard to be able to manage. So connectivity has always been a big issue for us. So last year when I presented to the board, we talked about 15% of the district at least who didn't have adequate connectivity. And I'll remind you about exactly what we talked about. So last year we had done this survey. We had 10% of our district who told us they needed additional access. And then we had an additional 20% who didn't respond. And so it was hard for us to really get our hands around it. As we kind of extrapolated that, we felt that it was at least 15%. This year, our numbers are different. So we've again done the survey through our back to school registration. We made it required that every student respond, every family respond. And so this year, our number is 12%. Now, within that 12% is about 1,200 students, 1,200 families who did not respond to the back to school registration. Those students we know were not able to do that online back to school registration. So they're counted in that 12%. So this year, I think we've made some headway. We still have work to do. 12% still is too high. We've been really busy trying to bridge this gap. So we've rolled out over 800 hotspots. A hotspot is still a good solution. It provides some challenges. So imagine trying to tell a family, hook up to my cell phone, all three of you, and get your schoolwork done. That's really what's happening on a hotspot. Is it's only cellular speed. So, it works, but it works well in the cases that we need to use it, but it still is not what I would hope ultimately to be able to give to a family. We've also partnered with Comcast Internet Essentials. We've done a lot of work on this. So, with Comcast Internet Essentials, Comcast will hook a family up to 50 meg per second connectivity and allow the district to pay for that service. It's $10 a month. It is faster than cellular service. It's faster than a hotspot. In previous years, Comcast has really put some obstacles in place where it was challenging for us to use this. Primarily, Comcast wanted our schools and the families signing up to prove financial need. And that proof came through pay stubs and W-2s and social security numbers and all those types of things. The families that we're really talking about were really apprehensive to share all of that information with our schools. We negotiated with Comcast that they no longer require our administration to provide that proof. So now if a principal or their designee will say that there is financial need, Comcast will take our administrator's word for it. And I think that's huge. I think that's a huge accomplishment that we've been able to make with Comcast. I still am disappointed to say we still don't have that many families taking advantage of it. And Communications has done a great job sending postcards out to all the families, letting them know it's available. We've publicized it in the schools. We still know we have 12% of our district who is not being served adequately with internet. We can and should do better at continuing to connect families to Comcast. One of the other things that we're working on is Eduroam. So Eduroam, I think, has a lot of potential. It's basically a higher education network. So if you go to Salt Lake Community College or the U, BYU, Eduroam is a network that's publicized on these higher ed networks. 99% of public education in Utah is now using it as well. It allows students and staff to be able to get onto Eduroam and authenticate back to our network. So they're filtered, they're authenticated, it's safe and secure. One of the exciting things that we can do with Eduroam is start to reach out to our communities, and communities, whether it's a community center or whether it's a vendor, they can sign up for Eduroam. They don't have to be a authenticated user. They don't have to create accounts. They just have to be a service provider. That means that they're allowing our Eduroam users to use some of their bandwidth. Again, it would authenticate back to us. And one of the exciting things about Eduroam is all of our students, all of our staff could take advantage of it, as well as higher education. So if we could really push Eduroam out into our community, really the only thing we're asking for them is to allow our students to use some of their bandwidth. I think we really could gain some traction on helping bridge some of this divide, not only for students in need, but for all students and staff. And then the last thing I'll talk about is private LTE. Now, this has gotten a lot of attention here in the state. Murray School District has done a great job leading out on this. Wasatch is also doing this. We are doing this in our Midvale area. For us, private LTE has not really taken off. What this means is we have some radio equipment up on the top of Midvale Middle. We are trying to broadcast our network through cellular, through LTE, out into the community. Right now, we are reaching kind of the edge of the parking lots, which we already had lit up with our network. So, this is very much a pilot. All of the areas leading out on this PLTE, private LTE, are leading out in the nation, but there's a lot of work for us to do to get it really figured out. Some of the challenges with private LTE is it requires a very specific radio for the consumer to use it. So the hotspots that we've given out, phones, Chromebooks, would not work. So we'd have to buy different devices to take advantage of the PLTE. It still is a good technology. I have a lot of hope for it, but it is not the silver bullet. There isn't one silver bullet to solve this. I really believe that we'll have to continue to try to solve it with multiple forms. Comcast is great, but we've got landlords who won't let cable be installed in the home. We have areas where Comcast won't reach into the district. So some of these areas, hotspots are really the better solution. We're really trying to tailor the need for the specific needs at that location. One other thing that I'll mention, I think this is also exciting. So assessment is still one of the tails that wags the IT dog. We have to have devices that are at the same level that our assessment software expects it to be done. This last year, we replaced about 7,000 Chromebooks because they weren't able to do end-of-level assessment. We, rather than just surplusing those devices, we made them available to both students and staff who needed devices. We have given out, we believe it's about 4,000 Chromebooks that were surplused to students who were in need. That really is remarkable. These have become basically a private device. We would have surplused them and put them in, disposed of them, but we were able to reuse them by allocating them back to students and staff who needed a device. Any questions on that before I move on? Okay. What's that? Okay. One other thing that I'd really like to bring to your attention is some of the funding that we've been able to bring in. So there's a federal project called Emergency Connectivity Fund. We filed for that in IT. We were allocated $4.2 million worth of funding. We're using that funding to replace 15,000 Chromebooks this year, Chromebooks that will not work for end of level testing in the 22-23 school year. We're also using some of that funding for hotspots and to continue with Comcast. So that funding is assured. We're also really focusing on E-rate, another federal funding avenue, and we brought in 300,000 in E-rate funding this year, and we've brought in $3.5 million worth of funding through E-rate in the time that we've been a district. So we're really trying to be as creative as we can on funding and bring in as many different avenues as possible. Kind of the final thing I'll talk about is some of the challenges that we face. So supply chain is not just an issue in IT, it's an issue everywhere, but it does impact us. As we talk about trying to bring in 15,000 Chromebooks, you can imagine the issues that we're having with supply chain and the conversations. Staff transition and turnover, this is a remarkable number, I think. So last year I shared this number with you and it was 20%. This year it's 47% of the IT department that's either in a new assignment or has left us. I feel like if you ask me what I've done this year, I've done interviews, new employee orientations, and looking at a 47% turnover makes a lot of sense. And it's a challenge that we'll continue to have because industry is paying so much more than we're able to pay. And there's such a need for technologists that this will continue to be a challenging. Funding of one-to-one will continue to require real commitment. Only we're talking about devices, but just the computer repair, the supplies that we have to buy will continue to take a real commitment. And then filtering is a challenge. So we do filter every device that goes home. Doesn't matter where it's at. If a student takes a Chromebook, it is filtered. They could take it home to Cottonwood Heights. They could take it to the Caribbean. They could take it to China. It will always come back and filter to us. So those devices are always filtered. We have a lot of parents wanting to create a specific filter for their student. It would be impossible for us to manage 34,000 different filtering requests. And filtering as a technology is becoming more and more difficult as the internet continues to become more and more encrypted, which helps us with security, each of us individually. That encryption really challenges the ability for our filters to be able to look at the sites that somebody is going to and make sure that they're appropriate. So those will continue to be issues for us in IT.
Good evening. Nice to see everyone. So I'm here to just kind of share with you the updates on digital citizenship. As you know, with moving to one-to-one and everything virtual world, all of the things that have happened over the last few years, digital citizenship has come out and we've needed to really help everyone understand it, emphasize it a little bit more than maybe what we've done in the past, and try and just continue to educate not only our students, our staff, and parents in that process. So through digital citizenship, we start first just by connecting it back to the House Bill 213, and I've kind of linked you some insights on that. I won't take time to read all of that. And I've included what the SEC training goes over and those resources that are on the websites currently for anyone and everyone to access in regards to digital citizenship. So with the school sites, what we do is we have identified one person in every school building who is the building digital citizenship coordinator. They then are responsible to help disseminate information to their teachers, who then are asked to share it with parents. They are also asked to share it with principals, who then can put it in newsletters, emails, skylarts, anything that they want to include it in on their websites to help get parent information out to them. So they go through a simple training, and really I've just kind of highlighted here what it is that we are trying to provide resources for as we move forward with digital citizenship. So one of the things that we highly encourage and we provide even more resources for is the Digital Citizenship Week. We align that to a National Digital Citizenship Week. Most of our schools choose to participate during this week with the district focus. Some will do it not only this week, but then they will pick another week to bring it back. And a lot of the elementaries will tie it to White Ribbon Week, different things like that. So we know as the school communities kind of outline what their goals are, that they will choose to join in or add on to what we've also provided. So with that, our theme this year, as you can see, that cute poster was just digital citizenship is everyone's responsibility. Really trying to emphasize that it's not just one or two people in the building, that it's their job to provide this. But because we are really one-to-one now, everyone needs to understand what that means, that they are always talking about it and reminding kids and teaching the kids how to be safe online. So the little circle that kind of hits those 6 strands of digital citizenship, those are kind of where we focus our lessons on, so that everyone can learn to be responsible, be kind, give credit, be aware, know your footprint, and then be safe online. So that's where our focus is in providing monthly lessons or tips and tricks for our students and teachers. We also have family letters that we send out during DigCit week, and we sent those out prior to fall break, announcing that this would be coming up so that they would have the information and know what it was that we would be discussing during our lessons. So I've given you and linked those in as copies as well. Again, I just kind of put that the student education really comes down to this is everyone's job to be doing. So we have trained our teachers. We have highlighted with our teachers during the first week of school when we do our technology summit. We really kind of remind them of the importance of emphasizing this and working with their kids and always spotlighting those tips as they come through on a monthly basis. And then we ask that every faculty goes through an annual faculty training. We have provided a basic PowerPoint for the DigCit coordinator to use, but then a principal can always just step in and add more insight, knowing what their community and what they want to do in addition to what we've provided them. So our focus this year was on what is digital citizenship, and then we went over those 6 strands and shared that with the teachers in the building. Then there is an opportunity, as you all know, for a school-based SCC presentation on all things around digital citizenship. That's actually required to have happen. So our digital citizenship coordinator, I don't know why I have a hard time saying that, but they are there to kind of plan with the principal what that presentation may look like. They have information that they can share. The principal can invite them to actually be the ones that share it, or the principal can just take that information and share it at the SCC themselves. And then they all have to complete a school-based school plan that says they've all received information and respond if they feel like the filtering, the supervision, the student education, and the parent education is appropriate, or if there's more need from the SCC. So I actually just went through all of those plans this week and checked to see where we're at. They're actually not due for a few more days, so some are in progress. But for the most part, I would say that the ones that I was able to look at, all of the SCCs have felt really comfortable, and we've had very few requests coming in for additional information. So that was nice to see that on this particular side, they're feeling like what they're getting and what our students are getting is adequate. I hate saying adequate. I don't know why I said adequate. So again, just a reminder, we do have ongoing community communications. Every week, every month, our ISD will push out a parent communication to the DigCit coordinator that then can be disseminated to teachers for them to then share with parents or to the principal, like I said previously. So we feel that's important. And at this particular time, it's very critical that everyone is continuing their education in this area. So I've just given you an example of what that school plan looks like on the dashboard. The principals have to fill out, and they have a little time. And then again, I'll double check those. And if there's any additional needs or concerns that come in, we will respond to those and support where needed. Was I quick enough? Okay.
A lot of great information.
Questions?
Mrs. Okay. Before we get to that, Susan, did you want to speak to the SEC part of it? Yeah.
There's
We're going to stay on the question part. As you can tell, we're quite a team here in Canyons on working on this between the three of us and others. I do the school community council training piece that Kenna talked about. We take what they're going to do and bring to the schools, and the digital citizenship coordinators do in the schools. We bring that to the SCCs and train them each year, as many of you are familiar with, and then just continue to follow up with them and with their discussions to make sure that they're having them and that any questions they have are answered. And then we triangulate again to make sure that everything is covered.
Great. Thank you. All right, Mrs. Neubauer.
First, I want to thank you for presenting tonight and for this great foundation with digital citizenship. I feel this is such a pressing need, and these are great efforts, but we need to go much farther with them. In conversations I've had with many different counselors across the district, they say some are saying as much as 3/4 of the issues at school all are around phones, and some of them say even higher. I know in our school climate surveys, both with parents and teachers, this is the number one concern. Obviously, we saw with our bathrooms this year with the, evil tricks or whatever that was, and cyberbullying. I've had emails from parents about, I actually had a conversation with a Lone Peak elementary school teacher talking about her third grader addicted to pornography from a personal device. I think our one-to-one technology has been most likely in a lot of homes even before the Chromebooks. So a few questions I have. One question is, I know the ISD department is the one that sends out the newsletters. And I just wanted to throw out there a consideration of possibly having student responsive services work with that, because so many of the students, a lot of their emotional and social health right now is surrounding this technology and their social media platforms. So I think it might be helpful to have that into play. I know Principal Brian McGill at Alta had a really great PowerPoint showing a lot of times I think we have these really awesome, and I love the 6 layers and I love the efforts that we do, but I feel like there's a disconnect with the kids of how that pertains to their real life. And something Principal McGill did was he had a PowerPoint where it demonstrated to the kids, if you do this on your phone, this is the legal consequence. This is what can happen. A lot of kids don't understand that. They don't understand taking pictures or posting or these things that actually, that can be a misdemeanor, and they don't understand the long-term effects. Another question I had was, I know right now most of our digital citizenship is run through the librarian and the library media specialist. And I just have a question about, could we possibly think about having a counselor, someone that has further training and is actually the one that's referred to when these kids have a cyberbullying event and those things? We could think about maybe running more of it through there. I know, especially this year, our library media specialists are going to be quite busy and for some time. A question I know I've had feedback from parents that have gotten, have been on the volunteers of the Digital Citizenship Week. A lot of the feedback I've gotten from parents is, we love the White Ribbon Week with silly socks and things like that, but we really need more concrete newsletters about, how students' time on screens affects their emotional wellness and health, and can increase negative behaviors. I know with our Chromebooks, we just have kids on screens so much more. And so a question I had was an effort with digital citizenship. If our teachers can have some extra training regarding, for example, I've gotten emails, kids have been getting surveys like 11-year-old children, am I gay survey, that's part of the Quizlet. And somehow it's kind of leaching past our firewall. And so if teachers had training, hey, if we're going to do these different platforms, let's embed it in Canvas so that it has that extra firewall protection. Let's see. I had an email, a child had some pornography come up on their Chromebook doing homework, and thankfully the mother was right there in the kitchen. So questions about our firewalls, and I know that firewalls aren't foolproof and things can happen, but that might be a question for IT. As far as, I know we can't give 100% guarantees, but what are your thoughts regarding that? And then have we considered ever doing some sort of campaign? I know years ago, I was a Cub Scout leader, and there was like if something comes on your screen, stop, crash your computer, tell an adult. Do we have any little 3-step thing that we're doing with young children that they?
Not currently, but we've definitely been
thinking on that.
To build that campaign.
Cool.
So
that's awesome.
We work on that.
Just one additional thing that we wanted to add is Superintendent Robbins has given us a charge to look at this in the next few weeks in light of some recent cyberbullying, and some different areas to really dig deep into this and study from our end, and then to bring back both to cabinet and here to bring back what is working, where there might be gaps, the why of what we're doing, and are we meeting that why. And so I think within the next few weeks, you'll see something come back with some recommendations from our group that are going to be looking at the different aspect, who all's involved in it, what pieces we have, and then what that looks like.
Oh, that's great. Thanks. Actually, those are two of my next questions was the piece on cyberbullying. And then if you could come back and share with us some of those digital citizenship plans.
And that would involve the 3 of us plus Brian McGill. You mentioned Dr. McGill.
Yes.
As he transitions into this office, it would involve him, all of us, and then him.
Great. Another question I had was with our information that we're putting out, have we ever considered doing any information for teachers regarding, okay, if we're spending this amount of time with Chromebooks, then what project-based learning or increasing movement in your classroom and those things for kind of the mental and physical health for kids with balancing that screen time. Let's see. I think that's it.
Okay, I have a few answers.
Great, thank you.
So we will definitely reach out to Dr. McGill and see if we can get access to that PowerPoint and build off of that for future, for maybe a district-wide look at how that can be presented. Library media, so, and versus a counselor. So in the elementary world, right now, it is really, we ask the principal to designate someone to this role. They get to choose whoever they feel meets that role the best. So we have a variety of people in the elementary world. In the secondary world, again, principals are given that option to choose anyone they want. They currently have defaulted to the library teachers, teacher librarians. And as I was just revisiting with Gretchen and kind of reminding myself of where their standards are in the library, because we actually have library standards and they have 3 strands, and there's one strand that is completely around digital citizenship. So I think that's why the secondary principals have chosen to go there with that particular assignment, because it actually aligns to exactly what they're supposed to be teaching. And they do see every student in the building. So they have an opportunity, whether it's them teaching the lesson themselves or co-teaching with a content teacher or any other teacher in the building, they go in and actually work and co-teach on a lot of those things, because digital citizenship, like I said, is everyone's responsibility. And so we see a lot of those standards overlapping in the different contents. I do not think it would be terrible to bring counselors in and give them some information or just some specific training. But right now we feel that giving the principals the option to figure out who they feel fits that need, that's where we've kind of landed. But we can talk about how we can support counselors having some additional information as well. Does that work? Yeah, and then I think, Scott, I don't know if you wanted to add anything more on just firewalls with.
So I talked a little bit about filters. So we have a few different layers of filters. First of all, we do have a firewall that does some filtering, but the majority of our filtering comes from a device called a filter. So it's called Content Filter. Content Keeper, sorry. Content Keeper is an educational specific filtering technology that we've put in place. You're right. No filter is going to be perfect. And so, I've described, and I think I've described to the board that I kind of look at the internet like New York City. I've been to New York City. I love New York City. Go Yankees, right? Anytime you can go to a Yankees game, it's a good thing. But there are places in New York City that I wouldn't want to go. And I don't necessarily know where those places are. And so the internet, I think, is very similar. There are great things to see on the internet. There's obviously places that you don't want to go to on the internet. And my example, I can't imagine a teacher ever telling a third grade class, hey, you know what, let's go down to the subway. I don't know where we're going to go, but let's just ride the subway. We'll get off somewhere and see what we see, right? I think the same thing needs to happen with parents and teachers, that if you were taking kiddos to New York City, they would be supervised. And to me, that is what we're talking about, is digital citizenship really needs to happen with us individually. And as parents and teachers, we need to make sure that those students are supervised. So.
Quick question for you. If teachers are able to embed most of those quizzes and things in Canvas, won't that eliminate some of that random pop-up ad stuff that's coming up?
Yeah. So you mentioned the Quizlet and the Quizlet about LGBTQ. That was because they were using a free version of the software. And because of that, they get ads. And that LGBTQ quiz was one of the most popular quizzes that students were seeing. And so it wasn't necessarily because of what our teachers or students were doing. It was across the nation. And so again, we need to focus on good tools, make sure that we're buying the right tool and using the tool the right way as well. In this case, I think Quizlet's a fine tool, but we shouldn't have been using the free version.
So every teacher should have access to the paid version then?
If it's something that they want to use to make sure that we're being safe, we should do it. Now, the state, I've asked the state if they have looked into it, and the state has no intention to make Quizlet available at a state level. So if it's something that we want to use, either the school needs to purchase it, the district needs to purchase it, or a teacher needs to purchase it as well.
Okay. Thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you. It sounds like a lot of great work is happening, and that there's some more work that will be done, and that we'll probably be hearing from you all again before too long. So we appreciate it. And before we, I just want to ask Superintendent if he has anything to add to this.
Just real quick, President. I think I'm not trying to lengthen the discussion, but there is one thing, I think, a point of clarity that needs to be made. There's a distinct difference between Chromebooks and productivity and personal devices. And I think that sometimes that water gets a little bit muddy, but when we're talking about privacy and First Amendment rights and personal property that is on a person, and that being, pretty much across all populations, right, including schools. That's a question in itself, right? Some schools are moving toward an environment where phones are not allowed in classrooms. Even some of our schools have moved in that direction. That comes with another host of questions and challenges, right? Separate from that are Chromebooks, and I want to make the point because the Learn platform that the state provides us that monitors our devices, which, by the way, I think for all intents and purposes, compared to what is monitored and filtered at home, right, the standard for schools is very, very high. Every keystroke is cached, it can be monitored. So the level of security is high. To Scott's point, as the internet becomes more encrypted, that becomes more of an issue because it's harder to see that. But in our Learn platform, the top 4 sites accessed by students in this order: Canvas, Google Drive, Google Docs, and Google Slides. So our students are using these as a tool. And, we're in a fourth industrial revolution that is requiring our students to function in this blended environment. And it doesn't take away from in-person instruction. We know that. And we continue to get better and better and better at it. But I'm excited for the future. The pandemic has obviously, kind of made invention out of necessity, right? But at the same time, going forward beyond the pandemic, the demand for this choice and the way that our economy, is working, it really, I think, that should be part of our future vision, is that our students operate in this world. And so teaching them these skills that you're talking about, I think hopefully will continue to bubble up and emerge in strategic visioning. But I just wanted to make clear that, the separation between personal devices and how our students are using Chromebooks with productivity are two different things. For me, being out in our classrooms, and I see this every day, the technology, pedagogy, content, and knowledge model that Amber and Ken and her team train our teachers on, from the beginning of the pandemic to now, the acceleration in our teachers' skill set to really balance a blended environment has increased exponentially. I mean, if you think about at the beginning of the pandemic, the level of confusion and what was happening versus now, they've worked so hard to really, refine and get better at our craft at delivering in this model. So, there's still a lot to be learned for sure, but I think we want to, as we go forward, try to keep the issues in their proper place so that we can address them appropriately. So that's all I had to add.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this great report. And we look forward to future conversation about some of these things. So. Okay. Yes. No, it is. It's really exciting how much has happened in the last little while and how helpful this is. Thank you. So, Tori, we'll just, before moving on to the next item, I think we have another guest.
Yes, thank you. We have another student here. I want to celebrate. This is Opportune Heath. And I want to celebrate her because she just got her driver's license and she drove here all by herself and trying to find the directions and didn't take her quite to the right place. So she was over there in the neighborhood driving around trying to find us. So we're glad she's here. This is Opportune. She's from Brighton High School. And so she's going to share a little bit about her.
Good evening, everybody. So my name is Opportune Heath. I'm from Brighton. I'm senior. I'm going to graduate this year. And I come from Africa, Chad, and I've been in Brighton for 3 years now. When I came in America, I did not speak English, but being around Brighton with friends and teachers, I started learning how to speak English. Okay, any question? Yeah. So the week for the college, our counselor helped us how to apply for college. So I already took some college class in my school. So my counselor just helped me to do some application for the University of Utah. And that's really helped me because some word that they write, I don't understand well because I'm studying English. So she translates some word that I don't understand. And I want to go to SLIC to continue with my study art and culinary art and graduate there and find a better job and go to do another university. Yes. Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. We're excited for you. We're
Okay.
grateful that this college application week has been helpful to you.
Yeah.
And we wish you the very best in your future.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Millerberg, did you have a comment?
I just wanted to say with culinary arts, when you open your first restaurant, please let us know.
Thank you. Okay, next item is update on strategic planning. I will turn the time over to Superintendent Rick Robbins.
Thank you, President. And I will also just want to congratulate her. It's rare that this room falls dead silent like that. But to hear her message and her story and about her future is what this is all about. So kind of gets me a little emotional. So I'm really excited to share tonight, giving Drew the night off, because we'll talk more about this after we have steering committee. But we concluded our planning team meetings this last week, and I first want to thank everybody that was involved over that time period. There were so many hours donated and put into the work in the planning teams. Parents, teachers, administrators, board members, staff, our administrative team, Cindy and her team, providing all the accommodations and food and whatnot. It just was overwhelming to think that we're still in the middle of a crisis and a pandemic, and yet so many of our school community show up night after night, 3-4 hours. I don't know about all of you, but after those meetings ended, just the conversations that continued on after just showed me how much people care and how dedicated they are to the future of our district and of our kids. And it shows the promise to our students, even in the midst of this crisis, that we would keep school open and continue to provide them with the education that they richly deserve, is a reflection on you as a board, your vision, and our community. As I listened, I had the opportunity to kind of go around and just, bounce in and out of all of the teams, and hopefully you've had a chance to look at the consolidated workbooks, but just some amazing work has come out of that and really emerged. I think in a lot of ways, it supports and confirms much of the strength that is already within the district, but it also provides a glimpse into the future and some of the opportunities that we have to improve. And you see really central to that, you saw my little corny word cloud that I put out to you. Hopefully you looked at it, but it kind of culminates, and it was just exciting to see, students, teachers were some of the largest words in the word cloud. That was really central to the focus. But some of the things that I saw that clearly were emerging, one is student achievement, that it's still a bedrock in the district. It's still something that all of our stakeholders expect, is that our students achieve. Secondly is skills. And I think it's exciting to, as you look at that and you think about all of the skills necessary to compete in the economy in the world going forward, and how exciting that is. And you saw things, whether it's in the arts or in STEM, some of the themes that were emerging through the planning teams, I think really provide kind of that glimpse, and that's exciting. And then lastly, the piece on disposition. So a lot around whole child and social emotional support, and really, building our students up as individuals and as citizens and how they contribute. So from here, this is just another step in the process. This work will go forward to the steering committee on Wednesday. And really what I see in that steering committee meeting is an opportunity to refine, condense. There's a lot of overlap in many of those teams. I think, we all know in a strategic plan that, probably 10 tenants or focus areas is probably too much. And kind of you can get lost in the weeds, but I can see a lot of overlap. And then I think the other element here is that the piece about really being inclusive and honoring diversity and inclusion, and some of the D&I work that's been happening in really how that language is flowing through all of the planning teams and supporting all students. So I'm excited to see that happen. I mentioned to Nancy earlier, if you think back about a year ago when we first had this conversation, I'm so proud and just so humbled that here we are tonight, and I have in front of me the planning team impact statement documents. We have our accreditation report is finally finished. The superintendent listening tour is complete. The survey data is complete, and all of these points are starting to come together to really support the board in your work in creating the strategic vision going forward. So I'm just overwhelmed with pride tonight that we're where we're at. So it'll be exciting to get that to the steering committee, and then from there, that recommendation will come back to the full board for work in January. So thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any questions or comments on this report? Mr. Wrigley?
Just to have a quick question here. As I sat in those meetings, we spend so much of our time on reacting. It was so good to spend that much time on being proactive and looking to the future. And I just sat there and was so grateful for their parents and everybody. And just to take that time and say, rather than just whatever's going on this week and reacting to it, is to look forward to future, to say, this is what our future is. We are designing and building our future. And it'll give a real firm foundation for the district and the board in the future, and to dealing many times with the stuff that we're reacting to, because we'll now know where we're heading, and even better. I mean, I think we've always had a good direction, but I think this will be much more clear.
Thank you, Mr. Millerberg, and then Mrs. Nybauer.
Yeah, Superintendent, I have just one easy question. Okay. Steering committee, which will include some of the board members, meets Wednesday. I guess that's tomorrow. Then we were told there would be a meeting in January with the date yet to be determined. My January calendar is filling fast. And I've got things on there that are fixed and immovable. And so sooner is better than later. Thank you.
Mrs. Nybauer, and then Mrs. Oakes.
I too just wanted to express my gratitude for this whole experience with the strategic planning, and for the amount of hours that teachers and administrators and parents came. I thought there was some awesome synergy, and it was really, I really, really enjoyed my group and getting to know one another and working together. And I thought it was pretty fantastic. And I think as the administrator here that's led this effort, I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Robbins, to have this all come about within this year. So I know that there was a lot of your part in that. And then a question I had is, up until this point, everything's been on Google Slides. And so once it's edited, we cannot see the original. And as we looked at this timeline with strategic planning and steering committee, these last two steering committees are actually very impactful, because they're taking the work and refining that. And so my question is, can we preserve this Google slide so we can see what the changes are and be really up to speed when we have that discussion once it's done?
Yeah, one of the things that I totally agree. I think for historical purposes as well, that
Yes.
Once this is complete and through the process, that it's archived in a way that, for future generations to be able to go back and look at the process and what was available. And, it's great that these tools are available now that we can do that. So yeah, that's exciting, but I'll talk to Drew and make sure that we have those preserved.
Great. Thank you so much. And I think that's a great way also for the community members who came out to also feel like that work was preserved. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Oakes.
Thank you so much. I loved this whole process. I've been so excited about being able to do something like this and get greater feedback from the community and really get an idea of where people want canyons to go. I also have the same request as Mont because I want to make sure I can make that meeting number 4. And just as a reminder, tomorrow's meeting includes Steve, Clarine, and Amber. And then the meeting number 4 will include myself, Mont, and Steve. So anyway, I'm looking forward to how this comes together. And you're right, we've had a lot of important milestones in the middle of a really crazy year. So thank you for your leadership. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments? No. This is exciting, and board, I think we will be spending some significant amount of time in the next few board meetings discussing some of the details of this work rather than just an update, because the steering committee will do their part and then they'll turn it over to us for a little bit, and then we can turn it back to the steering committee, and we're getting there. So thank you. Thank you to all that have been involved. Okay. Next item is the district accreditation report. And I will turn time over to Cindy Hansen, School Performance Director, and Jesse Hennifer, Assistant ISD Director.
Good evening, board. I will excuse my accreditation partner in crime, Jesse Hennifer. It's actually home celebrating his birthday with his family. So he's here in spirit. Yes, so I know. So I'm going to be able to share this celebration with all of you. I know it was very exciting when we received the engagement review report from Carmen Pugh Banks, who was our lead evaluator. We are just, our last step in this long process is the Global Commission final stamp of approval. We're hoping that's going to come any day. I reached out to Carmen a couple of weeks ago and she said it's imminent that they'd be sending that. But so we're waiting for that piece. But we did have their written report that they sent in to the Global Commission. That's what's been shared with you. And that's what I'm going to just touch base on tonight, just to go through those pieces. So first of all, I think that most people, what they want to know is what's the score? What's our grade? How'd we do? So we're going to start with that. The way that Cognia scores things is through the Index of Education Quality, so the IEQ. And so the results can range anywhere between 100 and 400, and it provides information to the institution about how they perform compared to those expected criteria. So those are those 3 domains that we've been working with, the 32 standards that we're always measuring ourselves against. So an IEQ of 275 and above is an indication that your institution is beginning to reach that impact level. So impact is the highest. We have initiate, improve, and then impact. So they're looking at sustainability over time and those pieces that are embedded in our culture. So our score, proud to announce, was a 320.65. That's a really, really good score. And if you look, their average, the Cognia Network institution average is 378 to 383. So we're way above the average for, that was bad, almost bad. It's because I can't see exact 278 to 283. Sorry, President Tingy. So yes, we were way above the average, which was awesome. So we really felt good about that. We're proud of all the work that people did. We're proud of the engagement we had with our stakeholders, and we just want to kind of take you through some of those areas of strength and improvement that we identified in that document. So just as a reminder, the way that all the standards are measured is with the initiate, which really that's all about you're focusing on what you need to improve on. So the areas we really need to kind of focus on. And so most of the things that I identified tonight as areas of improvement are from the initiate phase in our documents. The improve phase, we're really starting to see this continuous improvement. But the difference there in between impact is that impact is all about that improvement over time. So the sustainability of our growth and the embedded practices within our culture, that they're protected, that they're part of our culture and our system. So our strengths are really part of those impact pieces. And then we had a few that areas of improvement from the improve phase that you'll see. All right, so our leadership domain. So just so you know, as we put this together, it wasn't just Jesse and I kind of deciding what to share. We looked at the superintendent, had some feedback. We sent it to our cabinet members who gave feedback. We also had our MTSS, which is a group of department directors, members of our communications department. We reviewed it there. We took it to our academic core team, which is the ISD leadership and school performance. So we had a lot of eyes on this and a lot of feedback given for kind of the key pieces. Because if you saw the engagement review, there's a lot of narrative and there's a lot of information in the document. So we tried to just kind of pick out the things that we were most focused on. All right, so our domain strengths. So leadership, there's 11 standards in the leadership domain. And so the areas of strength that were really pointed out was our leadership capacity. And this involves things like staff supervision, which we see below, engaging our stakeholders, cultivating our leadership effectiveness, our organizational leadership, the policy, the ethics, the management. That's all credit to you as the governing body and the strengths that we have there. Those were all in our impacting phase. So thank you for that leadership. The supervision and evaluation that we have with our class system, the things that we do to improve our organizational effectiveness. So the Cognia insights, these are some of the direct quotes from their review document, their narrative that they shared. So some of the things that related specifically were that we have a strong branding in our district with commitment and support that's evident, and that our systems administration, there's durable leadership development practices within our communities and within our schools. So those were direct things that they took from not only our data, but from the multiple stakeholder interviews that they did across all areas of stakeholders. In our leadership areas of improvement, again, this was related directly to the initiate, those areas where we really need to start focusing more. One of them is to engage more in a continuous improvement process that produces evidence through student outcomes. We talked a lot about how there's lots of data that the schools do, but at the district level, we don't always look at all of our data and our outcomes and evaluate that. Looking at providing and collecting a wide range of feedback through our stakeholder groups that inform our decisions, making sure that we're engaging all groups and having that equality assurance process that's going to help our system be more effective and consistent. So those were our initiate areas. Again, some quotes from the narrative. They talked about a fully developed data-aligned strategic plan being in progress, which we were excited about that, and that we have a process to continually assess our programs and our practices that we don't really see yet at the system level. So being more strategic about how we actually are assessing everything that we're doing. In our learning domain, there are 12 standards in this domain. And so our areas of strength, again, these are all in our impact phase. There, we have a really strong approach to college and career readiness. And I think you see that not only in our UCA and all of the things that we do for college planning, but also we have some really great technical programs and multiple opportunities. I mean, I think it's a whole paragraph in their narrative about how many opportunities we have for students. We have deeply embedded systems for teaching and learning. We have great PD. We have curriculum maps. We have lots of things that are part of our culture here in Canyons. The positive relationships, it was more focused on the learners having positive relationships with the adults and peers in their schools and in their settings. We have a learning culture that's really focused on success and promoting that student success. We have high expectations, especially in our curriculum implementation, and trying to prepare our learners for that next level, that next step, whatever that may be, as they progress through our system K-12. And again, that was one of my really exciting pieces about doing a system accreditation, is that we're looking K-12 at our ability to grow and really create this dynamic, amazing system. We have a system that supports future planning, and we have effective use of formative and summative data that drives our instruction. So lots of amazing celebrations there in our learning domain. Some of their quotes, they said there's a solid approach to prepare students for college and career readiness, and that there are robust support systems for teaching and learning that are deeply embedded. So we really see that. And I think as you talk to teachers and administrators and parents and students, that was reinforced in our stakeholder interviews as well. The areas of improvement in learning, again, in our initiate phase, is looking at that, providing that equitable opportunities for learners, access to all of our, basically our levels of support, the learning priorities that we establish in our district, and making sure that those opportunities are available for all the learners. Providing a learning culture of creativity, innovation, and collaboration. And that's down below in one of their insights. And I think that came a lot from our student stakeholders that really were looking for more opportunities in these areas. And then having a systematic process of program evaluation and organizational conditions. Again, we see that whole piece of reviewing what we do, having that ongoing process. The quotes here, they said, one emerging focus of the system is to expand opportunities to ensure equity, and creative, innovative, and collaborative problem-solving instructional techniques are not systemic. So wanting to really look at what that looks like, K-12, and providing those opportunities for our learners to really provide them with the things that are going to be most challenging and helping them to learn in the best way. Our resource domain, there are 8 standards and resources. In this one, we have our professional learning, the learning environment, and achievement. Those are some of our great strengths, how we support that, how we develop that. Our mentoring, our induction programs, our coaching, we hear a lot about that. Hiring and retention of qualified personnel, and that strong branding came back. I know our HR department works tirelessly and has developed many connections across the country to get us the very best teachers. I know they work well with communications and do a lot to try to, CSD is the place to be and make sure that we're getting the best folks. And then our long range planning and the support that we get with our resources. So their quotes, support of the instructional coaches, teachers are appreciative of the curriculum maps, technology, collegiality of the IPLCs, and each school has a student support team. So they have focused targeted interventions. Students have access to psychologists, social workers. We've really increased that support, and it's much appreciated. That's one of our strengths. Areas of improvement. And interestingly, in resources, it was our only domain that did not have any standard fall in the initiate phase. So everything was improving or impactful. So that's a great success. So we just kind of identified some of the improvement pieces that we felt like we could really touch on, and many of them fall kind of in line with our digital citizenship piece, but looking at our alignment of the human, material, fiscal resources to needs, priorities, and student performance. I know we're working a lot with district support now to really be thinking about, we have ESSER's money, what happens when that's gone? How do we really meet the needs that we need to? The whole instructional technology integration, how do we strengthen that? How do we strengthen that combination, that blended learning with our technology, with that in person, with the engagement piece, and make that a strong instructional process? The access to the information resources that will support our curriculum and programs, the needs of our students, as Mr. McCombs was saying, with access to the internet and all of those services that we want to make sure we provide. And some of their areas of improvement, just some quotes. For one thing, they loved our dashboard. Jesse and I spent, I think, an hour and a half just giving them a tour of the dashboard. And, oh, well, what's that? Let's see that. Okay, here it is. But they had a couple of things. They said, we could expand it to look at some specific skill-based interventions. And they thought about like how many surveys we do and whether there was a way to embed survey results that are easily accessible there, or how we might use the dashboard in that capacity as well. And then one of their other quotes about resources, and this came back to the alignment above, is that the approach towards the equitable system, it's not easy, nor is it a single shot, that we need all of our leaders to commit to a process of developing a working definition of equity, answering hard questions, reflective analysis, and that comprehensive data review that we always keep in mind. So what we did then with all of those groups is we picked out 3 things that we felt like were really embedded in all of our domains, that they brought up multiple times in their responses, and things that we felt like were part also of what the strategic planning process has been. And so one of them was equity. And these were just, again, a couple of the quotes they had. And one of the things that they said previously, and again here, is just that idea of defining what equity means for our purposes and what it looks like when we implement it in Canyons District. And then thinking about, again, as we looked back to our stakeholder groups, making sure we have representation, conversation, and evaluation. The strategic planning, that was one that came up in multiple areas as well. And so just 3 basic things. One was the SMART goals, making sure that we're creating actual SMART goals. We have baseline data, we have benchmark data, we're really monitoring progress. And that once we have that plan, that we're creating a process that evaluates our progress over time, especially looking at how it's going to be implemented over kind of a 5-year. Accreditation works in a 5-year rotation. So thinking about our progress over that time and making sure that we're having that systematic movement was one of the key points. And then finally, K-12 designated time for collaboration. So whether that's late start, whether that's early out, whatever that might look like. But they mentioned multiple times that we have IPLCs as a norm in elementary and middle school, and we see a lot of success because of that. And so to have that replicated at high school would give us a cohesive systemic approach across our system, and that having that protected time would enhance the function at all levels. So those were kind of our big things. So as we wait for the Global Commission final stamp, and then you won't have to hear from me for, I don't know, 5 years maybe, at least not about accreditation. But those were the areas that we identified. So I don't know if you have questions. I think there was just so many great things to celebrate. And so much important work. And I'm really grateful to all the people who helped us go through this process. Jesse was a great partner, and ISD, and numerous folks to thank. So
thank you so much for that report. It is fun to see it all come together.
Yes.
Terrific amount of work. Board, any questions or comments? Mr. Wrigley? Oh, let's have Superintendent give a comment, and then Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Arnold.
I'll be brief. Just I want to tell Cindy and Jesse and the team how much I appreciate their work in this. And I'm so proud of the district, and I want to tell our teachers, our administrators, our staff. I mean, an index score of 320, especially considering everything that's been going on in the world in the middle of a pandemic and a crisis. I'm just so proud of our teachers and our staff, or, administrators, everybody that participates, bus drivers, lunch workers, custodians. I mean, this is a team effort, parents, and most of all our students, for staying to the course and keep moving forward. This is a neutral group from outside looking in and really kind of breaking down our systems. The part that really stood out to me in the teaching and learning, to really have that noted in such an impactful way, really tells me that, we are focused on the right things. Is it perfect? No. Do we have a lot of room for growth? Absolutely. But it's a reflection of just the great practice happening in our district. So congratulations to all.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley, Mrs. Arnold, and then Mrs. Oaks.
Just a couple of questions, a couple of statements. Of the school districts in the state, how many have full accreditation of the entire system like we do?
There's only 2. So Davis District and Ogden District just did theirs just
So
barely.
out of the, 31, 41
Yeah.
districts in
Yeah.
the state, there's 3 districts
3.
now.
Mhm.
So I don't really know. Sometimes the public doesn't understand some of the stuff we do. It's sort of, maybe we don't tell them the why. I think it's really important the public to know that this is basically, we as a district put ourselves forward. Every 5 years, we have high school accreditation. You wouldn't send your kid to a school that doesn't have accreditation. You wouldn't send your kids to a college that was not accredited. You couldn't get funding because accreditation means there's a certain standard of accountability, and that's why we hold it. So typically, every 5 years, we do high school accreditation. We stuck our necks out on the line this year, following our tenets on the wall, and said, we want to have accreditation of K through 12, all of our entire system. So we have accountability to our taxpayers and also accountability to our staff and other people that are patrons in the district as to what is going on. So I think that's been really sort of we've got some very good feedback for the future from this, but more than that, it's shown that we're a well-run system, that we do have a lot of stuff there. My wife was talking this morning, like she's in private practice, and a couple of people have come in and, they're going to charter school or private school, and how great. I'm going, well, we're accredited. We're one of the 3 schools in the whole state that's accredited. So I think this is a really big thing as far as our district being able to say if we're in business, it'd be like Apple going and saying, hey, we want to credit, we want outside look on Apple to come in and tell us what's going right and going wrong. Most of the time, Apple would say, no, I don't want any feedback, but we've been open to that. And I think it's been very helpful. I think there was some concern as to what we get back from the report. I think it's very much in line with what you get any business consultant coming back, and very specific as to what we need to do. So thank you for your time, and just thank you for all of our staff. I mean, this has been fantastic. We are always saying we're a district of distinction. Now we proved it.
Right.
We doesn't mean we're perfect. It means we still have a lot of different things we want to do, but at least we know our warts, and we know where to move forward from this, but we also know the other things. So I'm hoping that the public says, oh, man, this was a big thing for our district to go forth and to be able to say, hey, we're going to go for the whole way. We want to see if we can have a national accreditation, and we received it. So thank you.
Yeah,
that's a big thing for our district. Big day.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold, and then Mrs. Oaks.
It's hard to go after Steve because you don't know what to say because he already said it all. But once again, thank you for everything that you've done. And Stephen, the superintendent, pretty well covered the whole gamut, but data does prove that we're going where we need to go and do what we need to do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Oaks.
I just want to give a shout out not only to you and Jesse, but to so much of the staff of the district. As I was reading through this report, which I've now read multiple times, I actually find it fascinating to see what we're doing well, what things that they suggest or they noticed. But I see so much that is complementary of many different departments here in the district. I see whether it's the branding, whether it's the support of the teachers. There's so many things that I look at the different individuals that have been working here so hard in such difficult circumstances, and it's a credit to you. And I just want to thank everyone here, or and whether it's the teachers, whether it's the school-based administrators, whomever. It's so much work on the part of so many. So I'm really, really grateful. I just want to encourage all of us as board members, as we're going into the next strategic planning meetings, to consider all of the data that we've received. I think it's great timing. I'm seeing certain things, whether it's a discussion from the students about a greater need for creativity, innovation, collaboration, or making sure that that's consistent across the district. There are certain pieces that I'm seeing consistently coming across, in strategic planning and with this. So I think it's really helpful to see what's really being reinforced and what we're learning from it. So I'm looking forward to seeing what we do with this and with the strategic plan. I think we have good things ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
So I just wanted to add, I mean, Amanda kind of said what I was going to say at the very end there, but I just wanted to add my thanks. I know it was a ton of work for so many people. So thank you for all your work. And I was one that was a little skeptical about doing the accreditation at the same time as strategic planning because I just didn't know how that was going to work. So anyway, but it's great just to see how they are overlapping. And I think it's actually really good that we've done them together because now we can incorporate some of these suggestions. So thank you.
Thank you. And I think we all feel the same way. We're very grateful and excited for what this has shown us and what it will lead us to in the future. So thank you. And
Thank
please
you.
tell Jesse
I
we
will
appreciate
send him
his
that.
work in
Thank
this
you
as
very
well.
much.
And happy birthday to him.
Yeah, I'd say maybe he's watching, but
Yeah,
You better not be.
he should be eating cake.
he's celebrating. Yeah, I'll send him a text.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board, our next item, and while we're in kind of a expressing appreciation mode, is we thought it would be good as this year, this is our last board meeting for this calendar year, to give each of us an opportunity to just express some appreciation for our employees this year. So with that in mind, we'll just take a few minutes, and how about if we just maybe go down the row, and we'll start on this end with Mr. Millerberg.
This is truly one of those things you just don't know where to start. There's so many good people. And if you stop and think about what happens in our school district, every single person in the district is employed to make the education of our children better. Top to bottom, our superintendent, love the man. He's a good guy. He's a great leader. He's a strong leader. But never in my life have I ever heard anybody say, without that superintendent, my life would have been different. It boils down to what happens in the classroom. Last year, I refer to it as a year from hell. It was a year that people were just scrambling to make everything fit. We went from having instruction take place in the classroom to be online instruction in a matter of days. It was a real difficult time. And this year, we've moved from scramble mode to where now the pressure is really on to make sure that every student is learning and receiving a quality education. And there's a fine balance. The balance is between educating our kids and having them get the most they can, and the demands that are being, additional demands that are being placed on education professionals. Some way, we need to make sure that our teachers, our building administrators, our district administration, that they all feel valued and they have the energy to put into educating kids. Just my personal belief, I think that the 2021-22 school year is more difficult than the prior year was. Classroom teachers had a hard job before COVID, and it hasn't become any easier. Everyone in the district, as I said before, is employed to support what happens in the classroom. The classroom is where the rubber meets the road, and the classroom, as I've said so many times before, is where the magic happens. So top to bottom, superintendent to those that sweep our buildings and clean, everybody is here to make education better for the kids. And I just want to express appreciation because I have 16 grandkids that are still getting educated.
Thank you. Mrs. Schill?
Okay, so I just want to thank all our employees for the incredible work that they have done over the past year and a half. Like Mont, I've heard a number of times how this year is actually harder for our teachers than last year. So I want them just to know that I appreciate them, that we know it's hard. It's hard actually for all of us, every single person, us up here, administrators, it's hard for all of us. But I do feel proud of the fact that we've kept students learning, we've kept them safe. And I just want you to know that as a board, we want to support you and help you. And we do appreciate everything that each one of you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Oaks?
So I have a darling niece who's been a longtime teacher down in the Provo School District, and I saw her on Sunday for a family get together. And she made an interesting comment as we were talking about how difficult this past year is. I kind of joked with her about the fact it's been akin to birthing an elephant, feels like. And really, she said, you know, teachers and the education, public education has always kind of served as a safety net for society at large. We catch the kids and so many situations at the end of a long line of things that haven't worked out for a lot of families. We're there to help feed them. We're there to help love them and educate them, and provide social and emotional supports and mental health supports and so many things. But she said this year it has felt like that safety net has been weighed down deeper and more heavy than ever before. I want to recognize that sacrifice that has been made thousands of times over in this district and on behalf of thousands of children. That is no small thing. It's like what our healthcare workers have done for us in ways that I think most of us will never fully comprehend, but we do comprehend what it is like to try and help children. We need each other. We need the community to support us. We need to support the community. It takes a large group of us. It's like an organism. And without each other, we can't make this, we can't help it to move forward. So I just want to recognize that sacrifice and that work and that effort in the face of very, very, very difficult circumstances, and tell you I am incredibly grateful. And I think about it from an individual situations and circumstances with my own children, and then I try and replicate that 1,000 times over, and I just can't even wrap my head around it. But I am unbelievably proud of what this district has been able to accomplish during such a difficult time. And just know that our thoughts are with you, and we are thinking of you, and hope that you have the most restful winter break possible. So thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wrigley?
Yeah, appreciate the time. You know, it has been a difficult last 2 years. And in some ways, the first year may have not been as difficult as this year, because the first year we were trying to keep people from, our students from regressing. This year, they did regress, and now we're trying to bring them up and accelerate them. So it's even more pressure on staff as we try to move that forward against all crazy odds. You know, this has been a difficult time. Teachers and administrators and staff are going through the same emotional trauma that we're all going through, but they're having to come every single day and continue to do their job. And not only continue to do their job, but continue to do their job with many kids that have gone through this emotional trauma. And that's causing all kinds of extra issues in the classroom. So it's been a really difficult year on teachers, our teachers and teachers across the country. A lot of people, my fear is that teachers just say that, I just don't want to teach, and we'll have a huge problem in the future when teachers say, I can't teach. What are we going to do then? And so as we take a look at our teachers and stuff, we need to not only recognize as the teacher, but our support staff. I think our support staff, we have so many vacancies in the district that some of our staff are working 2 or 3 jobs. in addition to going through all the emotional stress that they're going through and worry and concern and all the extra stuff that they're doing because of COVID, especially our janitors and stuff. The amazing thing is through all of this, we've kept together sort of as a family, as an educational family. Hopefully we're going to try to support others. As a board member, it's difficult because I sit and I see the pain. I see all this stuff going on. I'm going, but there's only limited resources. There's only limited stuff that we can do, other than just to let you know that we care. I think one of the things, as I would ask as we go into this season, we really need the parents and patrons to support the teachers also, not just the board. But the parents and the teachers need to let our teachers know that they trust them and that they value them. I mean, you go to Europe, teachers are like doctors. Teachers are held in esteem. United States, we don't give the teachers the value and hold them in that esteem as they should. You can't pay them what they need. At least we need to let them know that they're valued, such as doctors or other professions in the field. So as we go into Christmas, thank you. Or holidays, since we can't see Christmas any longer, right? Anyway, so as we go into a holiday season, thank you. Thank you for all you've done. And we too shall get through all this somehow, and we'll be better people. And I know their students will be. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Neubauer?
I had the privilege of volunteering in a kindergarten classroom this last week, and it was so delightful to see how much the students love their teacher and would listen to her. And what a great job. She was masterful at organizing them into their groups. And they just really, I could tell that they knew she loved them. And so they would listen to her. And it was a really awesome experience. I've mentioned before, but I have 7 children. My 2 youngest are quite young, 4, and actually my son turned 6 today. And we've had a lot of absences in school, more than we ever have, because of the distancing and the masks and everything, all the protocols, we needed to do last year. This year, it's like, especially my younger kids, they haven't been exposed to so many things. And so my kindergartner has missed more than any of my other boys in kindergarten. And the teachers have really had to deal with excessive absences this year due to that. And I'm really grateful. I hope maybe even Alice Peck, who's here tonight, can extend my thank you to the elementary school teachers, because they are the ones that are so impacted with this new letters program that we're doing and training on. And I am so grateful. They are spending so many hours, and that on top of the absences, on top of post-COVID and all that they're going through, it's pretty remarkable the amount of energy that they expend doing that. And so I'm so grateful for that. I had the opportunity to just recently be involved with helping host the basketball tournament at Corner Canyon. And I took a look at these coaches and how many hours they spend with our children. No matter if they're a basketball coach or a debate coach or the band teacher, these teachers that maybe are not considered a traditional classroom teacher spend excessive hours with our children, and their impact is so great. And I'm so grateful. And I think probably all of us can remember back to the extracurriculars that we did while we were in school and the impact those teachers had on us. So I'm grateful for that. I also wanted to, for the space of time, I just wanted to extend my thank you to all of those involved in the accreditation process. I thought I'd just save it for this, but thank you. That was an excessive amount of time. And I really am grateful for all the administrators for the extra hours for the strategic planning process as well. I would see these administrators coming in or teachers coming in, and, our meetings are 4 hours long, and I know they've already put in a full day's work and then some. So grateful for that as well. And I think we have a wonderful community, and I think we have a wonderful partnership between teachers and I know that I've heard expressions from also just today. I was in the classroom again for a few minutes, and parents that have stepped up to help substitute, and grateful for that as well. And think we're part of something pretty great. So thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Arnold? I can, yes. Okay. So the thoughts that have kept coming to me, I think several of my board members also mentioned, and it's this idea of personal sacrifice. And I know it's just been a really tough time, and as has been mentioned, this year feels harder than last year. I like to in my mind, I kind of analyze it that last year we were in crisis mode and running on adrenaline. And this year we're in exhaustion mode and running on fumes. And so I feel like in spite of all of that, amazing things are happening all over the district in classrooms, school offices, hallways, playgrounds, gyms, stages, cafeterias, buses. And I can't remember who said it, but mentioned trying to quantify the amount of sacrifice that has been made. And so I ran some rough numbers, about 6,000 employees and approximately 300 school days since the disruption of the pandemic began. Gives a conservative estimate of 1.8 million acts of personal sacrifice. And I know that's very understated amount. I'm confident that the real number is much greater, and we'll never know everything that everyone has done. But I want each of you to think back to a time when you made a personal sacrifice to benefit someone else, and know that it's appreciated, even if it's not known what you did. It's impossible to list or even to pretend to list all the ways that people have sacrificed and put aside their own fears, their own comfort to serve another and to help another feel things are going to be okay. You've stayed late to meet with a student or parent, patiently answered the same question for the 20th time in a day, volunteered for a task when you're not sure how the time and energy will be found, listen calmly when you're at the receiving end of criticism, adapted to new ways of doing things, even when it took extra work and may not make sense at the time. You showed up when all you wanted to do was just close the door and withdraw until normalcy returned. You faced each day, each challenge, each overwhelming moment with courage and commitment to what is best for the students. You put aside self for the good of the whole, time and time again. And together as a Canyons District family, we forged ahead while building a new and improving way to provide educational excellence to each and every student in Canyons District. So to the Canyons District family, I express my deepest, most heartfelt appreciation and best wishes for a restful and joyful holiday season. Mrs. Arnold.
So I'm going to be really honest with you. I work 3 jobs. And so I haven't been able to, I read my documents, but I didn't read my board agenda. And on the board agenda, it says comments of appreciation for employees, Nancy Tingy. So when I looked at it, I just thought Nancy was going to give her appreciation to all the employees. And so that's the reason that I'm sitting here thinking for a moment and thinking I probably could just say amen. And that would probably be sufficient because I think people have said all there is to be said. I do live in this world and I do testify that it has been harder this year than last year. And I think we all have post-traumatic stress and we have COVID fatigue. I think that the only reason we're here is because we love those kids. Like secretary, custodian, the lunch ladies who are like working all by themselves because we don't have enough people. The teachers who are subbing for teachers because we don't have enough people. The bus drivers who are going on one route to go on another route to go on another route because we don't have enough people. let me think about some superintendent who never sleeps. I don't know how he drives back and forth because he must drive looking and not seeing autopilot, never seen anything, right? And the list goes on and on and on, you know, and it's not only our teaching community, it's the whole community. And all of the firemen, policemen, all the people who are working at the others, you know, at stores, and it's Christmas now. And I can't even walk in a store because I start crying, not because I don't have money to buy things. I start crying because of everybody who's working so hard. But so I probably should have said amen because now I'm rambling on. But I do appreciate all of you, and I do walk in your shoes. So I know what you've gone through. And I'll tell you what, letters hasn't helped. And I told a teacher I was going to quote her because, you know, I can, but I got to get my phone to work before I can quote her, just because I can. I asked her what she thought about the new reading program we have coming up, and she goes, sorry, I haven't had a chance to look at it. Letters is taking my time aside from lesson planning. I am so pooped. How are you doing? We're all pooped. I know you are, but thank you for getting up in the morning, getting your clothes on, and showing up to work. And that's like every person in this whole district, no matter what your job is. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, board. And I know we're running a little bit behind schedule, but I believe it probably would be all right if we took about a 3-minute break, and then we will reconvene for the business meeting. meeting portion. I'd like to welcome everyone that has joined us here in person, as well as those viewing the proceeds on the live stream, to the business meeting of the Canyons Board of Education. Today is December 14th, 2021. And we are meeting at the district office located at 9361 South, 300 East in Sandy, Utah. The first item of business is to approve the agenda for this evening, December 14th, 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion for us to approve the agenda for today, December 14th, 2021.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Right, seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. We will next be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by Indian Hills Middle School Principal Doug Graham, and then Principal Graham will afterwards share with us some school highlights from Indian Hills Middle.
Thank you. Will the audience please stand and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. Thank you, President Tingy, Superintendent Robbins, and all of our esteemed board members for having me tonight with a chance to highlight Indian Hills Middle School. But before I begin, I do have to say a couple things. Mont, that jacket. That jacket is awesome. Could you please stand?
This is not just a jacket. You've got the pants too.
And I have to say one more thing. Leon, take note. I want to see it one day.
Yeah, just let Leon know that CPAs can have a personality.
I also have to take a moment before I begin to appreciate my Utes. For those of you going to the Rose Bowl. Okay, get that on the record. We'll be down there, so thank you very much. Indian Hills Middle School. Let's get back to business. Indian Hills Middle School, we have a motto. It's not about me, it's about we. And this motto is brought to life in the service of others. It's this sense of community that we try to instill in our students each and every day. Today, I'd like to honor 3 particular Indian Hills Middle School service-oriented student groups and their teacher advisors. The first group is called WEB, which stands for Where Everyone Belongs. And their goal is to help 6th grade students integrate into middle school. Each year, we begin the new year with our 6th grade orientation, just like all the middle schools in the district. But ours is a little bit different. We have a team of 8th grade students, and we have 71 involved in it this year, who mentor our 6th grade students. This team of WEB leaders is trained in the summer by a group of outstanding teachers. Welcome our 6th grade students to Indian Hills on Orientation Day. Our 8th grade WEB leaders extend invitations personally to each 6th grade student through a phone call during the summer to invite them to our orientation. Our WEB leaders work with approximately 8 to 10 6th grade students throughout the day on orientation, which allows our new students to make connections with each other through team building activities. They get a tour of the building. They learn the ropes from the true experts, our 8th graders. Also, this helps our 6th graders not feel so isolated and not so be intimidated by our 8th grade students, as they have some friendly faces in the hallways. WEB then continues to hold activities throughout the year to stay connected to each of our 6th grade students. Matter of fact, we're having a WEB activity this Friday, a WEB luncheon, where our 8th grade students will go in and have lunch with our 6th grade students once again. The next group is our student council, and everyone has student council. Most schools have a student council. This group meets monthly to help promote the well-being of our school. They and their advisors help to guide our efforts and be welcoming to all students. and they brainstorm ideas to help improve the school from the students' point of view. Many of these students are also involved with our weekly announcements, spending their own time to broadcast to our student body important information throughout the week. Finally, this group is also responsible for our annual food drive, which once again raised over 10,000 items to donate to the Utah Food Bank just before Thanksgiving. The last group is our National Junior Honor Society. We all know that NJHS is an important service-oriented group of students. At Indian Hills Middle School, our National Junior Honor Society combines with our student council for a very special service project each year. For the past 6 years, we have had a fundraiser in February dedicated to the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Our standing goal is to raise $10,000 each year, which funds 2 program recipients. I'm proud to say that this noble project has not disappointed over the past 6 years, and we expect the same results this year, benefiting those who have amazing life stories to share. Looking outward and being part of something larger than ourselves is an important lesson for all of us. At Indian Hills Middle School, our wonderful teachers and staff try to live this out every day by helping students realize that giving in the service of others allows us all to benefit as a larger community. Because after all, it's not about me, it's about we. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal. We appreciate all the great work that you and the team there at Indian Hills are doing. Will you please extend our appreciation to the students and the staff there, and our best wishes for a wonderful holiday break, and thank you for being with us this evening. Next, we will turn time over to Jeff Haney and Kirsten Stewart from the Communications Department for some recognitions.
President Tingy, thank you for this time to recognize.
Thank you, Jeff. Just in the spirit of gratitude that's been shared tonight, and listening to Principal Graham and the fact that we have Dr. McGill and Principal Rowley here, I just want to give a special shout out to our principals. I've been one myself. I know, as it's been mentioned, when you've kind of been in somebody's shoes, you understand what they go through. But with 3 outstanding principals that are here with us tonight, I just wanted to make that kind of a special comment of gratitude to them as we share. So thank you.
Okay, President Tingy, thank you for this time again. We're going to honor folks in our community who have gone above and beyond. Our first honoree today is the artist of the district's 2021 holiday card. Corner Canyon High senior Michaela Larkins did the artwork that is featured on this year's official district holiday card. Now, this is the 10th year that Canyon School District has asked a student to produce the artwork for the cover of the card, which is sent to major supporters, community partners, elected officials, both local and federal, and even the White House. Each year, we ask one of our schools to take upon the task of coming up with the artwork, and this year was Corner Canyon's turn for this task, and you can see that Michaela did a phenomenal job putting together the artwork for this year's card. This year's card was mailed right after the Thanksgiving recess, so all of our community members likely have already received our cards this year. And we want to thank Michaela for putting together, for creating this great piece of artwork for our card. She is the daughter of Devin and Precy Larkins, and she plans to study art in college. So thank you, Michaela, and we look forward to next year and what our students will create for Canyons District official holiday card. Our next honoree is a Hillcrest High student, Seba Sial. This Hillcrest High student majoring in finance at the University of Utah is the very first graduate of a Canyons District school to be named a Rhodes Scholar. This is one of the most prestigious academic designations in the world. Now, Seba, who excelled at Hillcrest's IB program until her graduation in 2018, is one of just 32 students in the entire country who was chosen for this honor. Now, this scholarship provides tuition and living expenses for 2 years of international graduate study at Oxford University. We talked to her earlier this week, and she plans to study the intersection of finance, criminology, and criminal justice. She would like to prosecute white-collar crime after she gets her master's degree and eventually goes to law school. So congratulations to Seba, one of our fantastic graduates from Hillcrest, now a Rhodes Scholar, the very first in Canyons District's history. Now, the next honoree is Cody Hagan from Corner Canyon High School. He is the 2021-22 Gatorade Utah Football Player of the Year, the third year in a row that a Charger has won this honor. Now, Cody's older brother Cole was the 2019-2020 recipient, followed by Jackson Dart, and he also follows in a family tradition. Cody and Cole's dad, Sean, was the Utah Gatorade Football Player of the Year in 92 and 93. So Cody now has the opportunity to spend $1,000. It's a grant that was given by Gatorade on a local organization that promotes athletics. We'll also soon find out if he is the National Gatorade Football Player of the Year, crossing our fingers for Cody Hagan. Now we'll continue speaking about our fantastic football players with the All-American Bowl selections. Charger quarterback Devin Brown and Brighton High linebacker Lander Barton have received invitations to play at the prestigious All-American Bowl. This is a nationally televised game. Now, Brown and Barton are two of just 100 prep football players across the country who have been extended invitations to play in this game. We have two of those 100. We're very proud of them. They were selected for the West team to play in the 22nd annual All-American Bowl. This bowl will be nationally televised on NBC from the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas on Saturday, January 8th. Now, the next folks that we will introduce were officially recognized when they were appointed at the last board meeting. You'll see here that I'm wearing my Alta Hawk red just for this. And many people said it looked like I was like Santa Claus, but no, this is Alta Hawk red because we are seeing the end of an era with Dr. McGill and the beginning of a new one with Mr. Rowley. But before we start with that, we would like to introduce to you our new facilities director, Matt Wolford. He succeeds Rick Conger, who has been with us since the very beginning of the district. And Matt's a fantastic guy, but he will have some giant shoes to fill. Mr. Conger has literally changed the face of Canyons District with the improvements to our facilities. His retirement party is on Thursday, and we wish he and his wife, Ricky, who also works with us, much happiness as they start their new journey. But we will introduce Mr. Wolford and Dr. McGill, who has been the Alta High's principal for the past 8 years and is our new student services director, and Mr. Rowley, who now is working as an assistant principal at Corner Canyon and will take the reins at Alta High School in the coming weeks. So we'll ask them all to come forward for about 30 seconds, introduce themselves and their family who may be here with them, and give you a short 30-second pitch on what they see as the vision for their schools and their departments. When I say short 30 seconds, I mean it, because the snow is going to start falling at about 9 o'clock and I'm hoping we're out of here. So we'll start with Mr. Wolford, then go to Mr. Rowley, and then we'll finish with Dr. McGill. Mr. Wolford.
Thank you. Good evening. Pleasure to be here. This is my wife, Stephanie. We've been married 28 years, got 6 great kids that are all out of the house now. So with being an empty nester, we thought it was the perfect time to start a new job. I wasn't prepared necessarily to engage in what vision I have, but with the snow coming, I guess, is to make sure we have safe schools and parking lots. We'll leave it at that. But pleasure to be here. I'm so excited. I've been in healthcare for the last 23 years. So being with students, Dr. Robbins said it's kind of like being in healthcare, so maybe I'll fit in perfect. So thank you. It's wonderful to be here.
Good evening, and thank you for this opportunity. I have my wife Angela here with me tonight, and it is really exciting to have this opportunity. I feel very humbled and at the confidence and the trust that the school board at Canyons has in me, being a new employee in this district this year, and I'm just learning a little bit about Alta in the last couple of weeks, and I know there's a rich history there that I'm beginning to learn and to really appreciate. And as I'm learning that history, I'm also learning the history of Canyon School District, which is helping me a lot also, and appreciate the work that you guys do. And I have some big shoes to fill. Dr. McGill has, in the last couple of weeks, as I've gotten to know him, he and I are kindred spirits in a lot of our philosophies and a lot of the ways we view education and try to approach kids and education. And I've appreciated the friendship that he and I have been able to build in just a short time. And I look forward to continuing that and working with the community of Alta High School. And I'm really excited about it. So thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Brian McGill. I've got my family here with me this evening. Jody Mikan, who's a student at the University of Utah and actually participated in the Step to the U program that we started at Alta. And as a result, she'll be graduating this next year, 2 years into her studies with her bachelor's. My son, Braden, who is a sophomore at Alta right now. So I know Jeff Haney talked about an era coming to an end, but it actually hasn't come to an end because he's still going to carry on the legacy over these next 2.5 years. But you're looking at a row of Alta Hawks right here through and through. My wife and I were both graduates there, and it's been home more than once, and loved my experience and opportunity there. As you guys know, I'm a huge student advocate. One of the things I'm hoping to look to bring to this position is an ample number of supports for kids so that they have the mental health supports in place, their physical health, their overall wellness, and access opportunities as it relates to advanced programs. And so those are the things that I'm really looking forward to. We live in an interesting time and era right now, and we know behaviors in schools is something that needs to take centerfold and needs to be a top priority. And so as far as the vision goes, January 18th, my understanding is I'll be presenting to you on my first day on the job officially. So you'll get to hear a little bit about my vision, but look forward to the opportunity. And, I love the Alta community. As Ken made mention, we've had the opportunity to spend quite a number of days together doing a successful transition. And we have very similar styles and approaches. And I feel very confident and very comfortable with his ability to be able to walk in and lead the ship to the next chapter. Or as I've told a lot of folks, move the rocks from one point to the next. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I'll just quickly express on behalf of the board our appreciation for your willingness to accept these assignments and to become part of the Canyons District family in these ways. And we're just very excited to get to know you better and for the great things that you will bring to your respective roles.
President Tingy, to wrap it up, we would like to thank all of our school communities who have done acts of charity, both big and small, for people here in the district and abroad. Most of our schools do some kind of food collection or a donation drive to benefit other people. And it's that type of service learning that has made Canyons District really shine. It's part of our effort to encourage student achievement and community engagement. For a list of all of those schools that participated in a drive, please look at our district website. We couldn't be more proud of our students who have made this season a little bit more bright with their hard efforts. And President Tingy, with that, we turn the time back to you.
Thank you. We really appreciate every meeting this opportunity to recognize and celebrate the amazing achievements in the district. Let's see, our next item is patron comments. And I know we have a couple of patrons that are joining us on the telephone. So have they been unmuted?
You are now unmuted.
Great, thank you. We've now come to the patron comment portion of our meeting. While not required by law, the board often designates time in meetings to listen to the patrons of the district. Please be aware that the patron comment time is limited to residents and taxpayers of Canyons District, students and parents of students, and current employees of the district. Patrons may provide board members with written documents. These documents must be submitted to the board secretary at the meeting over here, or emailed to the Office of Public Communications at communications@canyonsdistrict.org by noon of the day following the board meeting. Time allotted for public comment is at the discretion of the board president. Tonight, the board has allotted 45 minutes, up to 45 minutes for public comments, and be based on the number that have signed up. Individuals will be given 2 minutes, and those representing groups will be given 3 minutes to speak. Comments made during patron comment time are part of the public record. It is the board's practice to listen and take notes during public comments. The Board of Education does not discuss matters that are not on the meeting's agenda, nor engage in public comment on individual students to protect their privacy or employee issues. If a patron wants to comment on a district employee's character, professional competence, or mental or physical health, the board requests that those comments be submitted to the board in writing. However, if the patron determines to verbally comment on those personnel issues, the comments need to be civil and refrain from personal attacks, insults, defamatory, or slanderous comments about an individual. The Board of Education would like to make it clear that critical race theory is not part of the curriculum being used by Canyons School District. There are no plans to incorporate it into the curriculum or instruction in Canyon schools. The Board of Education values input on all sides of issues. To maintain decorum and respect, we ask that those in attendance refrain from applause or other types of demonstration during the patron comment time, as well as throughout the remainder of the meeting. So thank you for those that have signed up to address us. I will read off 3 names so that you'll know when you're on deck. We'll start out with Krista Pippin, who is representing a group and is here in person. And then we'll go to the telephone line, Rebecca Gilka, and then Natalie Day.
Thank you, President Tingy and Superintendent Robbins and the board for allowing us this time to come up and give comments on matters that are important to the success of students. We appreciate that. I am speaking for Canyons Education Association, and we represent the licensed educators in the district, and that includes our library and media specialist. We are talking today about the revisions to policy 600.06 about library materials and selection. And we appreciate the inclusion that you guys have made in the language that includes language that supports the constitutional and First Amendment rights of our students and that do not exclude the suppression of ideas in schools. We also like the addition of the vetted review process
that could assist in rectifying the occasional mistake in the acquisition process, as well as the fact that many of our library professionals, they inherit a library when they begin their positions. And so this process for review could be helpful for them in assisting the librarians in reconsideration of age-appropriate materials. We also, though, have a few concerns that we would just like to bring out and into the open. One of them is that we would like to urge caution and consideration of the proposed changes to this policy. We would ask for a deeper level of engagement about how these proposed policy changes would impact our students' learning, our students' rights, and also our day-to-day operation in school libraries and our effectiveness of our librarian professionals. There are a couple of areas of concern that we want to highlight. And one is the vague language that we are seeing in some parts of the proposed policy. For instance, selection of the library materials that only support community values would be extremely difficult to discern. Like our community and our students, our school libraries include a host of diverse opinions and broad range of values. We have concerns that the determined values of the majority or the most vocal could supersede inclusion of the wide range of library materials available for our students. The term deselection is not common terminology in the media field, and it's not consistent with the weeding process as well. We have concerns that if we normalize this term deselection, that it could result in many materials being removed from the library shelves without adequate consideration. Is that my time? Also, the words obscene and vulgar, we think are subjective, and we would just appreciate a deeper look into these areas. Thank you for allowing us to comment.
Thank you. On the telephone line, Rebecca Gilka, then Natalie Day, and then in person, Catherine Bates. And these are all individuals.
I appreciate all you have done so far to listen to parents regarding these pornographic and inappropriate books in school libraries. The law trumps any district policy. Pornography for children is against the law. Your rule of only 2 challenges a year is outrageous. If you have inappropriate books on the shelf in the library, I should be able to challenge as many books that fit that description. If I take time to go through the process to show you exactly what's inappropriate, I should be able to challenge it. I understand there's a large volume of books, but if the book Genderqueer, with its literal graphic picture of a boy performing oral sex on another boy, slipped through the cracks, what other books like this are on the shelf? It is the duty of the district to make sure there are no other books like this on the shelf, which is why you should allow as many challenges as it takes. The parents are basically doing half your job for you. Based on what parents have discovered, all books should be taken off the shelf, and they should all go through another review. If deemed worthy, they should be giving a rating before being put back on the shelf. This would also end the argument that the focus is only on minority authors. There may be children who seek out pornography or inappropriate content for their age, but there are many kids that don't. If they are innocently browsing, searching for good, uplifting books, and come across these inappropriate books, it's like walking in on something you didn't want to see. This should not be happening in school libraries. These straw man arguments of every kid sees worse on social media is not true. My kids aren't on social media, nor do they want to be. I would say every kid has access to the internet, but while they are at school, there are strict blocks on inappropriate sites and content. The same cannot be said for the library. Why should it be treated differently? In my opinion, any librarian that knowingly kept the book Genderqueer in the library should be fired. For this reason, I've told my children they're not allowed in the library. I don't trust the librarians in our school if they've kept this content on the shelf, especially if they refuse to remove it after being told to take it off. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Day, then Catherine Bates, and then Catherine Smith. And Catherine Smith is representing a group.
Hi. Since August, September of this year, we have been
trying to problem solve how to make the playground equipment area with the wood chip base wheelchair accessible for one of my students. For the past few years, the student has used the other play area that has foam flooring. This year, because of our school schedule, we had to move our grade to the playground with wood chips. At one point at the beginning of the school year, the student's parent reached out to me and said the student was having a hard time wanting to go to school because she can't easily crawl out of her chair and access the playground at recess and was feeling left out. So working with my principal, he has reached out several times to the district person who could help us with how we could change the flooring. I brought this issue to child study team, to my IPLCs, to our SAC committee. I've reached out to the OT. I've also reached out to another grade, and we have altered a couple days a week of our playground schedule. I've also asked my students to be inclusive and mindful of the student at recess, and I've spoken with her mom, who said she was willing to reach out to the district. I'm not sure if she has recently. The latest update my principal got from the person at the district who's in charge of this was that the district was gathering information about which elementary schools have the two playgrounds and what flooring they have. My suggestion to this is if that's where we're at with this and what we're doing, and it's December, and we've been working on this since August, September, is that they also ask right now who has students with accessibility issues and prioritize those elementary schools with the same neck break speed that we dismantled Second Step and have removed books from library. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Bates, Catherine Smith, and then Lisa Bruns. And Lisa Bruns is also representing a group.
Members of the board, my name is Catherine Bates, and I'm the teacher librarian at Brighton High School and have been for 9 years. I would like to address the recent inclusion of the language community values in the library policy. Every year, I have the opportunity to teach 9th graders about the library and how to use it. And every year, I tell my students that the library is theirs. It isn't my library or Tom Sherwood's library or the school board's library. I believe that the Brighton High School library belongs to the students. I do not believe that a community with varying perspectives that make our school vibrant, interesting, and uniquely Brighton can be reduced to a single set of values. And who will decide what those community values are? Some of the unique experiences and beliefs of the 2,300 students I serve may not be regarded by some as community values, but the library has a responsibility to provide materials to everyone, including a population in my school who in many ways are underserved and excluded. I also believe that equating the values of the Brighton High School community with every other high school in the district does not recognize the diversity of the populations those high schools serve. In Pico versus the Board of Education, Justices Brennan, Marshall, and Stevens asserted, while petitioners might rightfully claim absolute discretion in matters of curriculum by reliance upon their duty to inculcate community values in schools, petitioners' reliance upon that duty is misplaced where they attempt to extend their claim of absolute discretion beyond the compulsory environment of the classroom into the school library and the regime of voluntary inquiry that there holds sway. They go on to say, while students' First Amendment rights must be construed in light of the special characteristics of the school environment, the special characteristics of the school library make that environment especially appropriate for the recognition of such rights. I want you to know that I love my students, and I can tell that you guys love my students too, and I appreciate that. I just kindly ask that you remember that it is your duty to serve each individual student. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Smith, Lisa Bruns, and then Bridget Reese.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Smith. I'm a 5th grade teacher at Altera Elementary, and I am one of the elementary representatives on the Canyons Education Association Executive Board.
First, I want to say thank you, President Tingy, board members, and Superintendent Robbins, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I so appreciate your willingness to receive input from various stakeholders in support of providing the best educational opportunities for all Canyons School District students. I speak tonight in support of the elementary ELA curriculum adoption proposal, which will be presented later this evening. Sorry, it's been a long day of teaching and my voice is kind of gone. The work of the ELA Curriculum Committee has included teachers, coaches, and school administrators from schools all across our district, as well as district administration leading the work of this committee. Canyons Education Association fully supports the recommendations of the committee and applauds the hard work of all those involved in this process over the last 12 months. Adopting a new curriculum is not an easy task. Teachers are planners, replanners, and over-planners. Nonetheless, all the teachers I have talked with about this curriculum are excited about the quality of the curriculum and the many benefits it will provide for our students. And they are anxious to get started learning about, interacting with, and preparing for implementation of this ELA curriculum. So much of teaching has been an unknown in the past 2 years, and that in itself adds to the stress of the profession. So my personal ask of the board would be that this decision be made in as expeditious a manner as the rules allow, so that we can begin preparing and that creative ways for providing the professional development necessary to implement be considered and made possible for all teachers. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Bruns, Bridget Reese, and then Elaine Tsang.
I wanted to speak to the library material policy revisions that are being discussed tonight on the agenda. We thankfully talk a lot and do a lot in this district to create safe spaces for our students to learn in, including having an internet filter talked about tonight called Content Keeper, block inappropriate material based on a URL database of more than 1 billion entries. We need to have that same high standard of safety for the content available on our school libraries. It's unfortunate to hear about the recent discovery of many books containing age-inappropriate sexual content found on shelves across the district. The proposed changes to bolster the acquisition process and create accountability are appreciated and warranted. There is a reason that Utah declared pornography a public health crisis in 2016. Decades of studies from respected institutions have demonstrated significant impacts of porn consumption for individuals, relationships, and society. Studies show that over time, many can develop a compulsion toward pornography, causing them to need more of it, more often, and more hardcore versions just to feel normal, just like with mood-altering drugs. We wouldn't dream of offering addictive substances to children at school, yet many are arguing that we should keep these questionable books that contain pornographic material on our shelves. I disagree and wanted to share with you a few of my thoughts on how we should move forward with the proposed changes. We really do need a comprehensive review of the books that are already in our libraries. Our district alone receives 7,000 to 8,000 new books a year, and many have already made it onto our system that break the law. In the last few years, books that contain inappropriate material have been given awards by associations, which is one of the criteria librarians use to make choices in acquisition. One of the books Canyons has pulled for review, All Boys Aren't Blue, which is read aloud in this very boardroom, graphically depicts incestual sodomy, and it received many awards. 2, we shouldn't be making the challenge process harder. Although you are seeming to streamline the process with procedure, I disagree that one parent can only challenge 2 books a year. I understand it's a drain on our resources to challenge too many books, but at the same time, our priority should always be to protect our children first. We shouldn't be putting roadblocks in the way of concerned citizens. 3, we should take a contested book off the shelves in every school while it is under review. As it stands now, it will only be taken off in the shelf in the school that is being reviewed or challenged in. If it is material like a cartoon depiction of somebody receiving oral sex, like what was found in the genderqueer book, and some child is exposed to that material during that review that violates the law, I consider that irresponsibility on the part of the district. And I would be concerned that it leaves the school district liable and open to legal action.
like the caller said, laws should always trump policy. You know, we had many students and librarians who made public comment who likened the removal of these books to book burning and accuse those who are trying to take these books off the shelves in our school of not wanting the voices of the LGBTQIA and POC community to be heard or represented. Truth of the matter is, nobody went into looking at these books trying to target any particular groups. It just so happens that those were the types of books where this pornographic material was found. This issue has nothing to do with representation and everything to do with protecting our children from obscene, age-inappropriate sexual material at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Bridget Reese, Elaine Zhang, and then Alyssa Bruff.
My name is Bridget Reese. I'm the teacher librarian at Albion Middle School. But tonight I'm speaking as much as a mother. I have 2 teenage daughters at Hillcrest High. One is with me tonight, as I am as an educator. About 8 years ago, I was a high school English teacher in Jordan District, actually. One day after school, one of my students came to me to tell me he'd been kicked out of his home because he had come out as gay. That evening, we shed many tears, and I vowed that I would do all I could to make sure all of my students felt loved and accepted for exactly who they are. A study from 2017 found that 14.3% of U.S. teens identify as LGBTQ. In a classroom of 35 students, that means about 2 of them. Students won't stop being LGBTQ or stop being a minority race or stop having disabilities or stop being any kind of other simply because some from the loud minority continue to try to sweep their stories under the rug. And if you need more evidence of that, I only need point to the recent tragedy of Izzy Tishner in Davis County District. If you think that the argument over banning books and that tragedy aren't connected, then you aren't listening to the actual problem happening here. It is an important distinction to make that simply having a book on a library shelf does not make it part of a curriculum. A school library is all about student choice. A student can choose to read a book or to leave it on the shelf. The ability to say no is a life skill I'm trying to teach my students. If they don't like a library book for any reason, they have the power to return it. They don't have to finish a book they aren't interested in, and they certainly don't have to read a book they know a parent wouldn't want them to be reading. No librarian is saying that they have the authority to tell your student what to read. What we are saying is that there is a vital process for objecting to a book that protects their constitutional rights. One parent's ideals and viewpoints do not supersede another parent's. Over the past several weeks, I've heard Utah Parents United call me and my librarian colleagues porn pushers. I've heard them say librarians aren't our friends. Librarians can't be trusted. I've heard State Board member Natalie Klein on the same UPU recording mock the phrase historically marginalized with air quotes and an attitude of annoyance, as if being historically marginalized isn't really a thing.
Okay.
I know my time is up, and I really appreciate you affording us the time to speak tonight.
Thank you. Elaine Zhang, Alyssa Bruff, and then Jenny Olson. And Jenny Olson is representing a group.
I am also a teacher librarian, but I am here today as a parent with children in the school district. For my children, a library is their safe place. From the school library, they have learned about empathy, compassion, cultural diversity, different lifestyles, and so forth. I can't imagine a safer place for my children than a school library for learning and gaining knowledge. One of the greatest reasons that the library is a safe place is the knowledgeable professional school librarian. The librarian has a relationship with my children and is familiar with the reading needs of her student population. However, with recent events, I feel the safety of my children's school library is being threatened by people who ironically believe they are acting to protect my children. I find it interesting that these parents have decided to attack libraries when there's far more harm caused by the internet. The CDC has shown that in the last decade, social media has led to a 151% increase in suicide rates by preteen girls and 70% increase in older teenage girls. And just this year, we have seen viral TikTok challenges resulting in self-harm and destruction of property. Social media creates the opposite experience, and yet the challenges are aimed at the library, not the internet. We know today's teens spend far more time online than they do in books. According to the APA, only 20% of teens actually read books for joy, while 80% of teens spend it daily on social media. Why focus on the 20% when so many more students are impacted by dangers out there? So again, is this truly about protecting my children from what is inappropriate out there? Because if this is truly about protecting my children, then why do we allow those who have no training, no background,
no background in book selection and collection management for young readers to have a greater voice than the educated, experienced professional. I do not know any other profession that allows this. So again, is this really about the safety of my children, or is this about removing diversity from the library under the guise of pornography? Is this about jumping on the bandwagon of misinformation from social media? And is this about nitpicking a page from book without looking at the whole of the book? Esteemed board members, not long ago, you recognized the importance of allowing the trained professional librarians that were hired by each school to select and manage the collection of the school library by passing a challenge policy that would allow for proper protocol. I'm here today to ask you to continue to keep my children safe by upholding and maintaining the selections and by not allowing the book selections to fall into those hands who have a narrow and damaged agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Bruff, Jenny Olson, and then Melanie Wheat.
Hi, I wanted to share my perspective as a parent of students in the school district. I want to support the students and employees and librarians who spoke up at the last meeting regarding the 9 books temporarily removed from high school shelves, not banned, but still inaccessible to students. I support the right of any parent to guide and influence the education of their children until it conflicts with my rights as a parent. As I understand it, a parent raised concerns about the 9 books, which led to the fear that these books are dangerous to our kids and immediate action must be taken to protect them. Despite good intentions, these high emotions and these situations can leave us vulnerable to blind spots. And there is evidence that moral panics often lead to increased restrictions that harm minority groups. I cannot speak to all the books on the list, but I believe that keeping the book Monday's Not Coming on library shelves protects students and protects their First Amendment rights. I have read this book. Kirkus, School Library Journal, and Common Sense Media all list this book as appropriate for ages 14 and up. Despite my efforts to understand how this book is a danger to kids, I have been unable to track down any specific details. I'm a little worried that there is something terrible that I've forgotten, but I'm more worried that my values aren't reflected in this idea of community values and that our Black students are losing a book that would remind them that they are not important, or the book would remind them that they are important and not forgotten. I'm worried that this is the case for other books on the list too. Please don't misunderstand me. I am not saying that all books are appropriate for school libraries or advocating for pornographic material to be kept in schools. I am advocating for greater transparency in the challenge and deselection process. I don't believe anyone intends to harm students, but efforts to satisfy the demands of some parents could be detrimental to other students and could conflict with the values and interests of parents like me. Making lists of challenged and deselected books, as well as the reasons for the deselection available to the community and parents, would be a check against unintentional blind spots. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny Olson, representing a group, Melanie Wheat, representing self, and then Catherine Kerr, representing a group.
Hello, sorry, it's my voice. I am here reading a statement on behalf of UELMA, and UELMA is the Utah Educational Library Media Association. As an association, UELMA would like to recognize the dedication and professionalism of teacher librarians in Canyon School District. Librarians in Utah must not only receive a school librarian certification, which includes, among other elements, training in collection development, but all secondary librarians in the Canyon School District are required to have a current teaching certificate. This shows a commitment to education as well as to providing carefully curated resources for students and faculty. Having a certified teacher as the librarian in a school brings an added level of collaboration and excitement in that school environment. Teachers recognize their school librarian as having a great capacity for recommending resources and materials which will enrich their instruction. Libraries are in a unique position to see all the teaching and learning that occurs in a school building, and so are equipped to offer an alternative viewpoint that helps with decision-making. We urge the board to consider these skilled professionals as assets to administering any library policy. The teacher librarians of Canyon School District have been highly trained in the consideration of materials, the maintenance of a balanced library collection, and the assistance of patrons in self-selecting items that will best suit their needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Melanie Wheat, Catherine Kerr, and then Jack Tice.
Hi, my name is Mallory Wheat, and I'm a parent with 5 children in the Canyon School District. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I wanted to comment today on the updated rule for the library's library material selection. I do believe that parents are primarily responsible for overseeing what their children learn, and it is with that belief that I am incredibly grateful for the professionalism of our teachers, administrators, and staff, including our school librarians. These individuals have years of training in education, and in the case of many of our librarians, years of training as media specialists. It is with that trust in our teachers, administrators, and staff that I add that while I believe I, as a parent, am primarily responsible for overseeing what my children learn, I am not responsible for overseeing what other people's children learn. That is the job of our professionals. They are responsible for ensuring that every child that walks through the doors of our schools have the tools and environment that they need to succeed. The school library policy should not hinder access to literary materials that, although may not be appropriate for one student, may be life-saving for another. Books can create a sense of connection and belonging with others, connecting them with others who have had similar experiences. This is especially important for our minority students of color and LGBTQ students who may feel left out in their classes. Additionally, books give us a window to worlds that are unfamiliar to us. They allow our students to develop empathy for others by letting them see from a first-person perspective the experience of a life different from their own. And oftentimes, those experiences will deal with tough topics. My child's school librarian this month kindly showed me how I can access my child's school ebook account on Sora and their school library account. Parents should be able to know what books their children are reading, and I welcome the change to the policy that allows a parent to restrict access to a book for their own student. Please let's increase transparency for parents rather than make it easier to remove books and limit information for students. Specifically in the policy, I anticipate the words like appropriateness and harmful to minors can be subjective and should be further clarified before adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Kerr, Jack Tice, and then Christine Morzalowski.
Hello, my name is Catherine Kerr. I'm a parent of a special needs child, and I represent 3 parents from the school district of special needs children. I'm here to request more child abuse prevention be taught in our schools. In Utah, the Department of Child and Family Services reported that in 2020, there were over 10,564 confirmed cases of child victims of abuse and or neglect. 62.88% of this abuse occurs in the child's home. 88% of adults who were sexually abused as children state they never reported their abuse. It's critical that educators recognize abuse and know how to report it. The school isn't the perfect neutral place for children to learn to recognize, resist, and report abuse, because they are often experiencing abuse at the hands of their caregivers in the home. We are concerned parents and would like to see child abuse prevention taught in our schools to every child every year. We are particularly concerned about our special needs children who are at such high risk. According to the CDC, 1 in 7 Utah adults experience sexual abuse as a child. That's over 1 in 12 men and nearly 1 in 5 women. This number is alarming. Even more alarming is that kids with special needs are 7 times more vulnerable to abuse than the general population due to their unique challenges, such as that they're not always capable of communicating through words when something has happened to them. They can struggle with understanding boundaries, and perpetrators may take advantage of that and use the grooming cycle to cross these boundaries. If no one is teaching them about body safety, they may not understand when something is not appropriate, and natural curiosity may take over. The organization Prevent Child Abuse Utah has curriculums for all ages that has already been approved by the Utah State Board of Education. The state legislature has mandated school personnel have child abuse prevention/reporting training every 2 years for educators. Their same policy states that children may have this same education. Prevent Child Abuse Utah offers online training along the Wasatch Front to these school professionals. However, only 23 school professionals have been certified as on-campus prevention specialists to serve 12,849 students. During the COVID pandemic, rates of domestic violence, including child abuse and internet crimes against children, have skyrocketed. Our children need our support and to be educated to recognize, resist, and report child abuse. For your information, refusal skills are part of Canyon's district sexual education policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack Tice, Christine Morzalewski, and then Stacy Peterson.
Members of the board, my name is Jack Tice, and I'm a senior at Brighton High School. I recently came to learn about how a certain parent group is trying to remove certain books from my library. And I am deeply upset about the clear encroachment and support of the violation of my First Amendment rights. I am disturbed how this is even a matter of discussion and how the thought of taking my books out of my library is even being considered. It's clear that this parent group wants to pull these books out of the library, and it's based on homophobic and bigoted views. There's no interest in the well-being of their children. The books they are demanding to remove from my library all follow a similar pattern: LGBT characters and relevant stories and experiences of people of color. If this group cared about the well-being of their children, why are they cherry-picking the books that they personally do not agree with? It is clear they're pushing an agenda that should not even be entertained. These books discuss and deal with important and modern and relevant concepts for young adults, such as sexuality, gender identity, and different perspectives found outside of our community. I frequent the library, and to me, it feels like a second home. I am able to read what I want to read without judgment in a safe and equal space. However, if we start removing books from the library, it ruins the neutrality of this place. Now there's a precedent on what books are considered okay and what books are considered not okay. And this group wants to start telling their children that it's not okay to be gay, lesbian, transgender, queer, anything in between. They want to impose conformity on their own kids and dictate what the children of other parents can and cannot read, and tell them that their identity isn't relevant or cared about unless they are straight and white. To me, this is an authoritarian grab at our clear First Amendment rights, and it's upsetting that this is an issue that's even being discussed when there are more pressing matters that warrant this discussion time. Thank you.
Thank you. Christine?
I know,
And
you'll get it one day. It's all good.
I'm sorry. Will you please?
It's Christine Morzalewski.
Morzalewski.
And even I'm mispronouncing it according to the Polish way of pronouncing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for correcting me.
All right. I'm grateful that you're willing to address this issue. I have a brother-in-law that is a police officer, and for several years he dealt in child pornography and child abuse. It's a tough thing to do. That's what he watched all day. It's horrible. Here's my question. What is the pivotal step to groom a child for sexual abuse? It is pornography. It's in almost every case. These kids are exposed to pornography to desensitize them, to prepare them, to begin the process. The books that we're looking at aren't because of a race, aren't because of a gender choice or a sexual choice. It's because it explicitly goes through the act of sex, whether it's between a boy and a boy, a girl and a girl, a man and a boy, a girl and a man, whatever. It's because it is very explicit. If you look at a pornographic image on a screen, the image is imprinted in your mind. If you read it from a book, the image is imprinted in your mind because you make it. There's no difference. So here's the question I have. If your neighbor were to give one of these books to your child or grandchild, would that creep you out? I know these ones would creep me out. Why in the heaven's name would my neighbor be giving my boy genderqueer when it's got images and it's explicit? You might as well just invite him over for porn and beer. This is the concern. This is the problem. And I know there are people who feel as though they're marginalized, but you know what? There are lots of books that address LGBT and gay and all these things without the pornography. As a school library system, we cannot have every book in the system. And I don't think it's the school's job to help grooming these kids
for either sexuality or sexual exploitation. And I think that's what we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Stacy Peterson, and then Marilyn Larson.
I just learned of the ELA proposed curriculum wonders when I saw the agenda for tonight. And so for 24 hours, I've been kind of crazily trying to find out what it is and what's going on. I looked at the district-wide curriculum adoption checklist, and it looks like this has been in the process since 2018. It's gone through all these steps and advanced to each of those steps. And I'm a little bothered that there weren't any parent involvement in any of the steps. And so here for years, this has been coming up and we knew nothing about it. The last step is to provide a copy to the school for patron review and offer feedback. Apparently that started 4 days ago. And I read every email and every newsletter. I see everything. I had no idea that that was at my school that I needed to go and review. And so I'm really concerned about that. We need parental involvement at some point in the process. I would prefer it be earlier so that we can be part of the team. But I went through wonders and there's so much. I know that the district is not adopting the SEL part of that. I get that, the whole child SEL part, but still when you go through it, and I don't have time, but you could go through, it talks about social justice, it talks about equity, it talks about social action. There's one part that talks about we are using this to maintain or institutions that produce and maintain social inequities. It talks about a specific lesson. Students will learn about America's forced assimilation of Native youth and consider how it might feel to be part of a minority culture targeted for erasure by the government. Like I go through all of these and I'm like, why are we doing this? Why can't we just teach English and language arts? Like why does there have to be all these social agendas in there? Can we not find a curriculum that just teaches the skills that the kids need in their academics? I don't like that there's all these other agendas that go in there. And if you had asked me back in 2018, maybe we would have been able to talk about stuff like that. But I get that it might be a great program for teaching them, but the content needs to be politically neutral. Please, we're counting on you.
Thank you. Marilyn Larson is our concluding.
Thank you. I want to first thank you for all your work. And I want to tell you, I appreciate teachers, principals everywhere, but I also want to remind you that it is their job and they're being paid to take care of our children. I would like to say that if this was the only and first meeting that I've ever attended and listened to the data report that you all listened to and smiled broadly across, I would have thought, holy cow, we are amazing and we are the perfect school. We're doing everything right. But you are data driven. And I heard you say over and over, thank you for the data. It made us feel great. We look good. Everything looks great. I'm here to tell you that through this last year, it started in a little after January, me coming and all of people coming, bringing data to you, hundreds of signatures, hundreds of parents. This is not a handful. And I want to ask you, who are the stakeholders? Who are the real stakeholders? It is the parents. It is not the teachers. It is not the district. It is not other people. Parents are the stakeholders, and you and all of us are beholden to the real stakeholders. And everything you choose to do need to be saying to yourself, and every teacher, every librarian, are we really upholding the stakeholders? Parents are skilled professionals, whether we want to say so or not. And I'll bet you if we said, how many of you have a degree? I would say probably 95% of our parents have degrees in something. They might not be school teachers, but they are very brilliant people and they have degrees and they are skilled in raising their children. Teachers do not have degrees in everything. They are a teacher
and they need to respect us. And we are not a minority. We are the voice of school. We are the voice of our children. And we are begging you, every decision that you ever make, be on the parent side.
Thank you.
And this business
time
of
is up.
one more thing, I want to know, when we call a spade, when do you call a spade a spade? At what point do you call pornography? When there is sexual,
Thank you.
explicit sexual
Thank you. Your
content,
time is up.
you need to look at the pornography in our libraries. It is not to further anybody's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes our patron comments for this evening. We thank everyone that has taken the time to address the board for being here and sharing your thoughts with us, and for the civil and respectful manner that you've also brought to us this evening. Okay, board, next on the agenda is the consent items. I will ask for a motion, and please, in making that motion, please read each of the items on the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, approval of minutes for November 30th, 2021, approval of hire and termination reports, approval of purchasing bids, approval of student overnight travel, and approval of November financial reports.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I will call for a vote. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. Next on the agenda, under new business, is policy update, policy 500.40, student health service and requirements. This is a second reading and listed as possible action. I'll turn time over to Dan Harper, General Legal Counsel.
Good evening, board members. When I was a law student, I worked as a clerk in the Attorney General's office in the criminal division. And one day I overheard this conversation between a defense attorney and his client. The defense attorney informed his client that he had some good news and bad news for him. And the client said, well, give me the bad news first. And he said, well, forensic unit went over the crime scene and they found that a lot of the blood there matched your DNA. I said, well, what's the good news? He said, your cholesterol level is only 130. So there you go. Since we're talking about the student health service requirements, it seemed like a really good joke, but maybe not. All right, this is policy 500.40. It is being amended and updated. The updates have added definitions regarding individual healthcare plans, healthcare teams, and student support teams. I think the importance is that these are teams that are looking at these decisions for healthcare plans, which will be helpful in our schools. It's also updated the language for the health and safety, focusing particularly on training. And also it's updated the appeal process, that it goes through the responsive services department in the event that an individual health plan is challenged. And then they also made additional changes. The committee separating the administrative regulations for clarity, and they've also updated the forms and exhibits that go along with this policy. I think these are very effective amendments to the policy, and so it is up for a second reading and also possible adoption tonight. Any questions?
Any questions, board? All right. Thank you for your presentation. So board, this has been listed as possible actions, so a motion would be in order.
I'll make a motion to update policy 500.40, student health services and requirements, as proposed by Dan Harper. our general legal counsel.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion passes. Thank you. And while I'm calling Mr. Harper up for this next item, actually, no, it's not Mr. Harper. Sorry. Well, Amber Roderick Landward is coming up. I just want to briefly recognize in the audience Representative Galen Benyon, who represents an area of the district located mostly in Cottonwood Heights, and we appreciate your being here with us this evening. Dr. Roderick Landward.
Good evening. I was telling Dan I feel like I need to work on my jokes because I feel like whenever it's policy or legal or finances, there's always great jokes. But I only have a 6-year-old. I'm asking for money tonight too, so I also wanted to make sure I gave that prop to you, Leon. But like Leon, I live with young children, and so those are the kind of jokes that we have at our house. So my son Luke is a kindergartner this year, and he's been really obsessed with puns. So he's making up all sorts of jokes. So this is the joke of the week. What did the nut say to the nutcracker? You crack me up. So time for some laughs as we head into the next 2 policy updates. I am here on behalf of Jeff Christensen tonight, who is unable to be here and has been enjoying some well-deserved time off. So representing the policy committee, just a reminder that this is the second reading for the 2 policies that we are about to review. The updates that I'll be reviewing are based on feedback from the first reading, and I want to just again welcome feedback for continued discussion as we move into the 3rd reading scheduled for January. So the first policy that we'll be discussing tonight is the curriculum adoption policy, which, as you may recall from our last meeting, had pretty substantial changes. We're actually making the recommendation that we move towards calling the policy instructional materials because we have really expanded its depth in terms of the different types of materials that we adopt and the process for each of those. So since our last reading, the discussion related to this policy was mostly centered in adding a specific definition to age appropriate. In the policy statement, we outline specifically, I think there are 12, I have the policy right here. I guess I could confirm that. We have 12 criteria that really have become the backbone of this policy and are used as criteria throughout every type of adoption, whether that's the district-wide primary, course level, supplemental, intervention, or teacher selected materials. So looking at those 12, the committee felt it necessary to add a definition to age appropriate, given that that was one of those key 12 criteria for selecting and adopting all materials. Also, as a reminder, we did add some extensive work by adding many exhibits to, I think, the 1 or 2 that were there previously. So there are now 6 exhibits as part of this policy, and they have been added in individual documents. So hopefully that was a little bit easier for your viewing pleasure. The exhibits describe the specific procedures for each of those different levels of adoption, and again, embed that criteria that I just mentioned from the board policy statement in the beginning of that policy. President Tingy, would you like me to go through both policies or pause here? For
Let's pause here and see if there are any comments or questions. Board, anything about this policy and the related exhibits? Any questions or comments or feedback? No. Oh, Mrs. Shield.
Well, since no one's saying anything, I will just say I thought it looked good and I was impressed with the detail and all the exhibits. I mean, you can just tell a lot of work has gone into it. So thank you to the committee and whoever else worked on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, board? Oh, Mrs. Nybauer, I'm just asking for any questions or comments on this policy, the curriculum adoption or instructional materials. Mrs. Nybauer.
I appreciate the work that's gone into this and I'm grateful to be on the policy committee and we thought through most everything. Regarding that patron comment today, I thought it might be good to review what the process is for notifying the public when we're doing curriculum or learning materials adoption. Yeah, with those steps. If you could outline that. Thank you.
Yes. So Exhibit 1 is the most extensive process that we have in place because that is looking at district-wide primary curriculum materials, which are also on the docket for tonight's discussion after this presentation. Within that process, there are 17 steps, I believe, that occur before we come to the board for an official proposal. The first public posting for our patrons and stakeholders to be able to view materials and to start giving feedback begins with the posting on board docs that occurs, as the board knows, and making sure that all stakeholders know that that happens typically on the Friday before the Tuesday board meeting. After the proposal has been presented to the board, the communications department, in conjunction with the instructional supports department, continues to ramp up the communication to make sure that stakeholders are aware that these proposals are in place, that they will be reviewed for the next 3 board meetings, which is at least 6 weeks in most calendar years. And during that time, we collect feedback from all stakeholders, and that becomes one of the topics for discussion during the 3 readings in which those district primary materials are discussed. So there are times during that process that patrons can, of course, address the board. They can submit feedback via the forms that we have available online. We've had patrons call us or email us directly. There are any number of ways that we will take feedback throughout the district to be able to consider that when we're making these final decisions. Also want to note, this is not necessarily part of policy, but right now is part of practice. The Utah State Board of Education has developed a 10-year standards revision timeline. And if you recall, it was that process that the state put in place by being really public about when each content area would be reviewed that allowed us to really refine our procedures because we had some predictability around when we may need to consider new materials based on standards that were being revised. And that timeline is available on our website so that, again, you can see down the road what primary materials would be coming up for review annually based on that 10-year schedule.
Mr. Wrigley.
Yeah, just to clarify, I mean, this document we've been following for some time.
Correct.
And it looks like internally we have about 18 months or so that we spend on that. Basically, you go through identifying what the needs are. You meet with the teachers, you meet with the specialists in the district, you look at all the material out there. Then you make a decision as to, or sometimes options for us, that it comes forth. And it comes to the board. For example, this is the first night on that one policy. It comes to the board. We make a decision if we go forward. We don't give it to the parents first. We make a decision if we go forward. If we decide to go forward with it, then it goes out for comment and we start that process. Is that how that is here?
It's all connected. So when we bring the proposal to the board, that is when the materials are available for public review by anybody in our district.
Yeah, so it's released at the same time simultaneously, but the board, the board still could make a decision, doesn't go forward. So it's really, we don't spend most of our time doing anything until after this meeting to make sure that's the case, even though it's released until when the board decides, yes, let's go that direction for comment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But we don't vote on
Let
it
me
right
clarify.
now.
Yeah.
No, but we just sort of allow the process to go forward.
It's not released really. It's just out there for view so that and comment. And then after the 3rd board meeting, we have an action item that we can take action on it. So it's at least 6 weeks out.
And
Thank
I
you.
want
Other comments? Mrs. Nybauer. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Amber recognized me with the eye contact. So, and something that we added was step 17 to notify a board and provide access to materials at least 2 weeks prior to first reading, which I am grateful for. And you were so close. There's 21 until it can be approved. I'm wondering if it might, as far as on our website, a calendar that's easily accessed of the timeline, that might be helpful as a board member also, just to have in mind, okay, this is going to be 2 weeks prior to when, this is when step 17 is going to happen, and something that would be easily accessed for the public and parents as well. And maybe that's something we can consider doing, is just having a little clear communication that way. I hate to think that an involved parent that wants to be involved somehow misses it because they don't, go onto the website. Is there other things we can do as far as that goes?
Well, communications sends an email out to every parent.
Yep, it's typically
After
in the
this step.
CSD to you as the proposals are coming. And then once we get through this initial presentation, and Jeff, I can ask him to jump in, correct? Jeff can jump in here if he would like to. But we do the standard communication protocols in terms of all of our channels through CSD to you, newsletters, general news, school websites, Rotator. What am I forgetting? Yes, we have a new flyer that outlines all the specifics of the summaries and overviews of the adoptions that give just a little bit more detailed information that will also be sent out.
And that's step 19. And we're saying that in between step 19 and our other readings, it's still how many weeks?
6.
Is it about 6?
6 weeks or more.
And many of
It's
those
a minimum
steps
of
occur
3
after
readings. So
action.
Because it's Christmas with this one, so.
So that provides a lot of clear expectation and our levels of transparency. So the only other thought could be that we could possibly send out the email before this initial meeting, but that would be the only extra level of transparency we could even give, because we are very transparent in sending it in all those different modes of communication, right?
Correct.
yeah,
Yeah.
You did
yeah.
it first.
The board is the first. The first step is to bring it to the board.
And just to have on record, because Jeff was speaking without a mic, the piece that we have added different from past years is the flyer that outlines the specifics that will go through the peach jar channels. So that's one more layer that we haven't always accessed. And that will go tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Arnold.
So I know this is a kind of picky thing, but not quite. So I always have my papers run off, right, and handed to me in a binder form. So in my binder form, somebody's typesets off. Like I can't hardly even read what it says about the library stuff. But the form that says district level review form down here, the typeset's off. I cannot read it. So hopefully we check that before we send it out for parents to do it. Because it's like, I don't know what it's really doing, to tell you the truth, but it's taking letters and putting them on top of letters and then spacing other letters out. Like this says age approval. And then the new word is create. And then the next word is any. And the next word is low. And so I'm not quite sure what that means, but I think it's appropriate. Anyway, so will you please just check those documents before we put them out on the tables for parents to read, and or if we're putting them in the computer system, at least a typesetting that will come off clean with the words written so we can read them.
Absolutely. And great catch. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that. And then what was my other one?
Great.
Oh, my other one was teachers. So in the 6 weeks, how many, I mean, in this like 18-month time, how many teachers have been on your committee? to review this material?
Really good question. We had, do you want to talk about this now or as we get into the specific proposal?
Let's wait until the specific proposal. Thank you for bringing me back on track. Okay.
Any other questions about this policy?
No.
Mrs. Nybauer?
One comment, thank you to Jeff. I actually was the one in district committee asking that the board take a look at it first. So thank you for pointing that out.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to comment that I feel like this process, which began about 3 or 4 years ago, right, was when you first brought it to us, is very orderly and it's very transparent, and it creates some predictability, because prior to this, it was common that proposals would just come to the board just kind of whenever. And now it really is designated to be introduced towards the end of the year, with the idea that there's plenty of time for input and for review of the materials prior to a decision by the board, which then gives plenty of time for purchase and for training and the implementation. And that's the other thing that I feel is really helpful is there's an implementation plan is also included whenever a proposal is being made for curriculum adoptions. So those are just some of my thoughts. Mr. Wrigley.
Just a quick question. A lot of the stuff we send out to parents through our Peachtree and stuff. However, parents or patrons that are not parents have the opportunity to get on all those lists. Is that correct? We have mailing lists that we send out for just anybody, but you just have to go on the list and get on there, and then you'll receive those. So we don't send them out to everybody because you want everybody's email address. But if you want to be on that list, then that's possible. Is that correct?
That I do not know.
Yeah, I mean, don't we have a general list to send stuff out to people who are interested in getting stuff in the district?
If I understand you correctly, you're asking if these notices go to all of the parents and guardians in the
No,
community?
I'm saying if somebody's interested in getting all of our notices, we have a way for them to do that. We can't send out to everybody because we don't know everybody's email addresses of all of our patrons in the district. But if you're interested in getting any information in the district, it's possible to do that. And you've got a process. And what's that process? Just go online and there's a place you sign up for getting on emails, isn't it?
Absolutely. So as you mentioned, we do have a database that we put together, or at least the information was provided to us during online registration. And this is the information the parents provided to us of the phone numbers and the email addresses where they would like information sent to. And we also have the addresses of our students. So we can contact parents and guardians of our students either by email, by phone, or sending something to their physical address. If there is somebody who wants to participate in Canyons District who doesn't have a student in our district, and so they're not in our database, if they would contact us, we would gladly provide that information for them. In addition, most of our communications that we send to parents are also replicated in various parts of the website and on social media. So it's very rare that there would be one piece of information that was just sent out one time in one form to parents and guardians. It would be readily available in various channels. We often place things on the website that creates the URL. We put things on social media and then turn around and do a longer piece in a podcast or an article on the website. So there are various in many ways that people can get information about the district, even if they don't have kids in Canyons. And then, of course, if they really would like us to send things to them either by email or by hard copy mail, we would be happy to do that as well. They would just need to contact us, call me direct, or send an email to communications@canyonsdistrict.org, and we'll provide the information for them.
Great, thank you. I knew there were several ways that we have our just a regular patrons.
Mrs. Schill.
Well, and I would just like to point out, I mean, Jeff has said a ton, but there are these little icons at the bottom of the district page where you can click on these and get all these different things. This is my personal favorite that I would love everyone to sign up for, is board meeting summaries or Connect Canyons podcast or general news updates. You can just click those and subscribe. So it's very easy.
Okay, great. Any other comments on this policy? All right, so let's move on to the next one.
Okay. So since our last gathering for the first reading of the school library media selection and review policy, the committee met and did make some additional changes to the policy based on the feedback. So you can see those outlined, hopefully in your documentation. I'll call them out specifically in the policy. So in the board policy statement specifically, we added a few edits there to acknowledge a school library is distinguishable from a public library. We also added a definition for a public school library to make it even more clear in that particular section. We also made sure that in this particular statement, we acknowledge the constitutional and First Amendment principles regarding student access to expression of ideas and to affirm a student's constitutional rights, that they are not shed at the schoolhouse gate. So those areas were amended in the policy statement. Further down, language was modified in the information regarding acquisition and collection section to be more clear about how patrons can access the online catalog for each of our schools. That is now up and running in every school. So that is not only in our proposed policy, but now in current practice as of the last couple of weeks. And then we also added some additional information around the self-selection provisions that would allow a student or a parent or legal guardian to place a hold for a student to be able to check out a book or to restrict access to a specific title. And that is outlined in the self-selection section. Items 2 and 3 are those new additions to that part of the policy. We also made some additional cosmetic changes. As mentioned, they maybe didn't come out well to the specific exhibits related to the school review and district review processes, as well as just some clarity in language and consistency in the language of the policy itself. And then an overview was also done to ensure that everything was readable, and we tried to catch all typos. I'm sure there are probably others. Luckily, we have one more reading to catch those as well. So those are the main changes that we made since we last met.
Okay, questions, comments, feedback, board on this one? Mrs. Schill.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions, and it's maybe for the whole committee. And this was brought up in patron comments, but I had actually thought about it myself when I was reading over this again today. How are we defining the community values? Because I do think that is a little ambiguous. Anyway, I'm just saying that maybe the committee can talk about that. And then also what was brought up also is the word deselection. Like, where did you guys get that? Because they're saying that's not really used in library sciences. So I'm just wondering.
Go ahead, Holly.
I was going to ask if Gretchen wouldn't mind coming up, because she has a great definition of that deselection. She's our library media specialist, and she explained it to us in our policy committee. And it is a widely used term in library media.
So the term deselection is the opposite of selection. So we are looking at a variety of stages of when materials enter our school library system. So they are selected. That's how they arrive in our system.
Deselection is the opposite. That's when they leave our section. So they're weeded, which is the act of like the process of deselecting.
Okay, great. So you don't think it's not the correct word to use?
It's been synonymous with weeding, but weeding is also like a vague term for the public. So we tried to use language that would be familiar or at least understandable to the public.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So like educators will know, because we weed out books every year that like are overused, that are, printed back in 1958 or they have been worn and we need to put new books on the shelves. So we would know, but she's correct in that the public, when you say weeding out books, would you know if we said weeding out books, people who are out there? Probably not, right? So
I think there was a second question though.
Community values.
Daniel, you got that? Or
Yeah, if you'll notice in the policy, the community values statement or term appears twice. Both of those in the first section, which is the kind of board's philosophy, if you will. It's in board policy, and this is in all of our policies, where it's kind of a statement of the board philosophy, but then the nuts and the bolts are afterwards. So we don't really try to define, because we don't really, everything else you could say it's just an umbrella term, and then everything else is kind of reflects. But what we're about, I think, as libraries and schools, is reflecting our community values. And that's why I think it's in the board policies part of that, but it's not down below or anything else. It's not in the criteria or other things. So I don't know that it's really as big an issue as some have seemed to feel like it is.
Okay, thank you for that.
Can I speak to that too? Just one moment. We've talked a little bit about this before. So the Supreme Court, in a 5-4 decision in 1973, California versus Miller, set a 3-pronged test to this, right? And it's hard. No different than PICO, that there was a lot of debate and uncertainty about what that actually means. But Justice Warren Burger issued this statement into this question about how do you apply contemporary community standards, and in the 3-prong test for obscenity to the basic average person, whatever that means in the community, appeals to the prurient interest, describes or depicts in a patently offensive way sexual conduct defined by applicable state law, and lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. The appeal to community standards in determining the first 2 prongs of the obscenity test and the assessment of the average person considering the work taken as a whole cemented the court's rejection of the Hinkland test. The test set out, anyway, it goes on to another case, but to me, that kind of helps at least give some guidance to that. So looking at community standards and how that applies to state law, and what the average person would take as patently offensive or sexual conduct defined by applicable state law. So I think that kind of helps, gives us some guidance there.
Madam President, may I speak to that too,
Yes.
please? So during this time, when people have been writing us and explaining to us what they're finding in the books, I have not been able to open my computer and open up what they say. And the reason I cannot open up what they say and open up the pictures that they have sent us is because Jordan School District would fire me, because in their opinion, that is pornography. And so if I, as an employee of a district, or even even a board member here, were to open up my computer to all of that, and somebody would see that I had opened that, I could be in a lot of trouble. So when I started looking through all this and thinking about it, and it only took me to read 2 sentences somebody sent me, and then I couldn't even read the rest. Okay, just to be honest, I am 68 years old. when there was an advertisement about a bra on TV. I remember my dad getting up, shutting the TV off and saying, when did we get pornography on TV? Now, that was a long time ago, but that was the feeling, right? And so, yes, we've come a long ways, but when we talk about sexual content, sexual pornography, and the thing about the words, and I'm going to go on this one, is like we have G-rated movies for a reason. We don't want children to have a non-age appropriate material. We have PG-13 that parents have to sign to see those movies. And so why then, in my brain, are we putting library books on the shelf that are probably R-rated books, and they paint pictures that are so more explicit than a movie? Like if you see a movie of two people in bed, children will just go, oh, they're in bed, because they don't know enough about it to know why they're in bed, sleeping, they're sleeping. Okay, but if you read a book and then it explains all the details that go on with that married couple, no matter whom they are, there's a lot of content there that is not age appropriate for students. And we're not banning books, and we're not trying to stop people from having material that might help them find their identity or identify with their identity. I really believe we're trying to find a place here where we're not breaking the law. There are not sexually explicit material on our shelves, but there is material for our people of all ages, of all kinds, of all differentiated, everything that we have nowadays, and appropriate ones. And so as I read this, I keep thinking, how do we define pornography? Pornography, because like if you're watching Survivors, they're running around in their swimming suits and their underwear. And in my day and age, that was pornography. This day and age, it seems like it's appropriate. That's going to be the piece that I think we have to really work on, is how to stay within the law with the sexual content and the pornography part of it, and be able to do it. Because if I can't open my computer and I can't see those pictures without getting fired as an educator, then it needs to be shelved somehow. And parents who want it, I don't know, go to the community library or order it on Amazon. I just don't know. I've worked with this and fought with this for weeks, trying to figure out how we manage. It's the pornography that bothers me, not the groups. I'm gonna cry. I'm so sorry. Not the groups of people. It's the sex explicit stuff that I don't want any. I have 22 grandkids too, and I just don't even want them to all of a sudden be 7 years old, taking a book off the board and reading those words and going, oh my gosh, people do that to that part of the body. And then, trying to explain it to them when they're trying to figure out who Santa Claus is. Is there any children in here? Sorry.
May I respond to that, Clarine? So I just want to draw everybody's attention into the policy, if you have it pulled up in front of you, to the section around selection of library materials that begins with really identifying how purchases are selected within the library, which the committee spent an awful lot of time really considering each of those 15 criteria and adding as a cornerstone of the selection being age appropriate, based on emotional development, ability level, learning styles, and intellectual development of the students for whom the materials are selected, and requires a combination of 5 or more of the following criteria, which is an increase in oversight. And I think what you've heard tonight, we have amazing librarian professionals in each of our secondary schools who all have master's degrees and specialized training to be able to really help make sure that that criteria is considered as they are selecting books. You also heard that they inherit libraries, so that not every book that is in the current library was purchased by any of these fantastic library professionals sitting with us tonight. So I think if we can focus on what we do when we're selecting the materials and recognize that our libraries are not currently overflowing with pornography, that I think would be helpful for tonight's discussion.
Mrs. Neubauer
I
and
would,
Mr. Wrigley.
thank you. I would also like to point out, as a member of the policy committee, one thing that we really did work on was that first tenet of age appropriateness. And I know in patron comments, it was mentioned that that's subjective, but I believe in our exhibit section, we have a definition of age appropriateness. I know that's something we discussed in policy. We have not.
Curriculum policy.
Okay, curriculum policy. It is in the exhibit of the curriculum policy. But as far as the subjective nature of age appropriateness, we have been grading all types of media for age appropriateness for decades, and it is accepted as an objective process and not subjective. And in consideration of profanity, drug and alcohol use, sexual content, that we have this criteria that's basically on any platform that gives us any sort of age appropriate label. And also when building this policy, the sacred responsibility as the school in what children are exposed to, given if there's parent consent or not, which we are bound to by USBE rule and Utah state law. So I think that, we can rest assured that this is not subjective, that this is objective. And also, I know there were some patron comments about marginalized groups. And I think you will find, if you go on to our platform of all the different selections you can make in the library with your student, we still have books with those topics and representing those groups. It is really about the sexual content that was in the books, which is why that was an administrative action, not a board action, but an administrative action.
And I think you bring up a really good point, Holly, that leading into the next section again, that we added information regarding the library acquisitions and collection, that access to each school's library catalog online is a great opportunity for parents to sit with their children and identify the books that they feel are appropriate for their family and work on that together.
Mr. Wrigley had a comment.
Sure, appreciate the opportunity. We've spent 6 hours so far on this. It's probably the longest policy
a lot of hours on it.
Time on trying to enhance the current policy and answer pretty much all the questions that have been given to us. As if any policy, when we implement it, it may come back again. We learn from that. If it works, it doesn't work, then we bring that policy back. So this may not be the only time we ever see this policy. It may be a year from now, we'll come back and say there may be some issues we want to enhance in the policy. I know there's been a lot of concerns, and I've had a lot of emails from both sides. I've had a lot of parents I've talked with that are concerned that we're taking books off the shelf, and some of their concern we're not taking books off the shelf. And so we've been in this process trying to figure out how do we address that in this new policy, because the previous policy was not very clear on that. It didn't have that criteria. We did add under board policy number 3, which sort of speaks to a lot of the concerns of just going in and pulling books off the shelf based upon one person's perception of that we have this philosophy, and it pretty much lays it out. I think in the policy that we came through here, I think it's pretty clear, and I think the Supreme Court rules pretty clear on content is much different than if we get into the sexual issues of the book. That there may be content issues that I may say, I don't want my kid reading that content, but that's totally irrelevant because it goes into, pardon me?
Oh, I think it's topic
Versus content.
Topic?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I agree. We corrected on that then. So anyway, I think we've put out some stuff. It has quite a few things in there as far as the school review process, the district review process. It also picks it up if it's a school that also goes to a district where we didn't have that before. If it's decommissioned or whatever,
Deselected.
Deselected. We changed that last week. So if we deselect it at the school level, it goes up to the district level. And then it also has a school challenge and a district challenge. So it's even a higher level on that with a lot of input from parents and a lot of professionals on the process. I don't know of any district that's doing this much. I mean,
that is true.
This is pretty much the most anywhere in the districts we have. We did have a question about why only 2 challenges? Why can't we have 15 or 30 or 40 challenges from a parent? What was this discussion on that, maybe in the public?
Does anybody from the committee want to, or do you want me to address that?
That was my question too, is why only 2 books per an individual? And why do you have to wait 3 more years after that? That's what my questions were too. Why and how we came up with only 2 books per individual.
It's 2 books per year for the review. And the 3-year is for a book that has been challenged and deemed that it stays on the shelf. It can't be challenged again for 3 years.
So you can't continue re-challenging the same book. The 2 years, I think it was mostly just the
2 per year. It was the
per volume. Plus, this is supposed to be mostly for parents of students and stuff in the district. We have
correct
34,000 students and 64,000 parents probably, or whatever. So there's could be a lot of challenges coming out.
Correct. It's management. And again, knowing that the libraries are a choice place where students are not required to check out a specific title, that students have, again, the option with their parents' guidance to select books that make the most sense for their family.
And we
So
have
2
also
made
put in a
sense.
policy in here that the parent can let the library know that if there's a book that the parent does not want them to read, they can sort of flag that book.
That is correct.
But I want you to know in elementary school, the kids go and they just find a book that looks like a fun book to read and they take it to their classroom and they start reading it. And in many schools, they're not allowed to take them home because they don't want them lost. And those parents do not know what they're reading in the classroom and have no idea what the content of those books are. And so I think we have to understand there's a whole difference between elementary, middle school, and high school, and what happens with books.
Parents can still look on the elementary level, aren't they, in their cards?
They can look at the catalog, yes. And
And
again,
can't they
to
look at the
just
catalog? Their children.
reassure that we do not
Yeah.
have
Yeah.
pornographic books in our elementary schools.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, I think the superintendent had a comment and then
Just,
Mrs. Nyberg.
From my perspective, sitting in on the committee and being part of that discussion, I feel it is very balanced. It does protect our students' First Amendment rights to access the books that they would like to and need to at the same time. And in that process, it does empower our school librarians. I think it asks more of them than ever before in acquisition and weeding and deselection. And Gretchen and Amber have been amazing at helping me understand that process. At the same time, it also broadens authority by school board members and the superintendent to ask for a review. Remember, that's new to this, and that's been silent in the current policy. So there may only be 2 challenges per year for a parent. That doesn't stop a parent from contacting a board member or the superintendent and asking for a review. And so I think there's multiple ways that balance First Amendment rights at the same time allows for protection of our students. And for me, that's what I was seeking from the beginning.
Thank you, Mrs. Nybauer, then Mr. Millerberg.
I was actually going to say a lot of what Dr. Robbins said, that we have other pathways. If the parent's unhappy with the review, they can go to a school board member or the superintendent and ask for that and to have that challenged. Also, and unless we've changed it since our last meeting, isn't it? It's two books per school. So if you,
No, it says 2 books per individual.
oh, we changed that.
it's always been that.
It's at
2 books per an individual per year.
We used to have it where it was per school. So if a parent had some in high school and middle school, we had a big discussion about that 2 meetings ago,
It wasn't in there. It was a discussion of our interpretation.
a discussion of interpretation. So I guess we have a little bit of vagueness there because we did
Well,
talk about,
It is at per school. It's per school.
It was in our last
Limited
meeting. It hasn't been changed.
Two
No.
requests for a school level review at any school.
School review
Any
at school
Where
level,
a student attends.
which means if a parent has a school in elementary and a child in elementary, middle, and high, it's 2 per school level. So that hasn't changed. Yes. So that parent would have 6. Thank you. I didn't think that had changed. So that hasn't changed. So that's another part of that.
I apologize.
And then also, I think we tried to really strengthen. Yes. Yes.
Just to be clear on the terminology.
Yes.
You were talking about if you're unhappy with the review, go to the board. No, don't do that. There's challenges. And
The
I think
challenge.
this really reflects the importance of our stakeholders and parents and patrons, because the board doesn't have that option. You can ask for a review and that's the end. But for our parents and stakeholders, our patrons, they can come back and say, well, I've asked for a review. I disagree with the review. I don't need to call my board member. Instead, I get to challenge it. And if you look at the exhibit, that is a very robust challenge committee. At the school level, it has 2 parents on it. At the district level, it has 3 parents, as well as an administrator, as well as a teacher, as well as a librarian, where the review is librarians. So, I think it really does reflect the importance and respect we have for our parents and their ability to have these reviewed. I think the 2 is a workability and for schools, because the parents also have the other avenue of saying, well, I want this blocked for my child there.
Yes. Thank you so much for the clarification. I misspoke. I do know that is how it works. If they're not happy with the review, yes, they can move it to the challenge. Also, if they have already done 2 and they're worried about another book, not only for their child, but others, they can contact the district or a school board member just at the review level, but not at the challenge. And that's what I meant to communicate. Yes. And if they're not happy with the review, they move on to the challenge level. Also, I guess I did make this suggestion in policy committee, but it didn't make it on the chopping block. But the patron that talked about the ambiguity or the vagueness of age appropriateness, I would submit that I would be interested in adding that as an exhibit to this library instructional material selection, to have that age appropriateness defined with those same, categories you can find in Common Sense Media, the way they rate movies, any of those that are very objective, so that it's clear and less vague.
Are you not on that committee?
I am. I just said I mentioned that. And so I had thought that it was on there, but it's not. It's only in the. We added it to the curriculum definitions, but we didn't add it in the exhibit of the library instructional material selection. So my point is, since we had a patron today say, we feel like that's vague and ambiguous, it wouldn't harm to have that in the exhibit.
Well, that's what I'm saying is, if you're on the committee, then when you go back to the committee meeting again, because we're not passing this tonight, then you can take it back to the policy committee and tell them that you would like to review that and put that in. Does that make sense?
It does. I like to sometimes let our patrons know that I'm listening to their comments and have that for public record, but thank you.
Mr. Millerberg.
That on, there we go. When the superintendent was speaking, I looked at my notes and I had a fulcrum with a teeter-totter across it, and I had First Amendment on one side and protect students and community values on the other side. And what we're really looking at is a balancing act. I've heard the comment tonight, and it really kind of irks me, to be honest with you, that it's not as bad as what the kids can get at home off the internet surfing porn on their own. And just because it's not as bad as doesn't make it good. Really, it's not. And the other thing I've heard tonight over and over again is parents are not a minority. Parents are stakeholders. And they are probably the most important stakeholders we have in this equation, because they are directly representing the kids, the children, the students that are being instructed. And, let's make no mistake, we all work for our district patrons. You work for them, I work for them. And we're really, they pay us to be here. One concern I have is I kind of went off your policy thing there and I went over to the deal that says selection of a district level challenge committee and the selection process there. And under the instructions, I'm jumping down to point 2 on that. It says 3 parents/legal guardians shall be selected from a combined list of parent/legal guardians comprised of membership of the school community council and PTSA. I think those are great places to go, because honestly, if I'm a parent that really cares what's going on, I am probably involved in the PTSA. I'm probably trying to be on the school community council. But I don't see anything in there that protects either side from that body being stacked, either pro or con. And that's a concern I have. If I have some people that are on community council that are highly vocal and they are either opposed to or in favor of, and they can swing the vote, because I would like to have a representative body coming from the parent side. And I would also like to see, and maybe it's in here and I just haven't read it closely enough, on that committee, the challenge committee, I would like to see the numbers just as our community councils are stacked to where the majority come from parents. I would like to see that community or this challenge committee stacked to where there are more parents on it than district people, employees.
Mont, do you want like a number, like, on school site councils or school community councils, they have 4 parents, 3 teachers, or 4 parents and 3 staff members?
That's what I'm saying. I would like it stacked in that same way on the review committee.
I just want to point out that when we talk about this idea of stacking the committee, whether it's in one direction or another, the committee is still going to be reviewing the book in relation to the specific criteria that the policy outlines. So that becomes the protection for the policy for that focus discussion when they're reviewing a challenge or even a review.
Well, and I understand that, but your feelings on a specific topic in the book may not be the same as mine. Your feelings may not be the same as the parents that are selected. And these are public schools. That's why I would like to have, and maybe stacking is a bad term to use, but I would like to have the balance favor the parents on that committee for review. So that's my 2 cents worth. Thanks.
That's feedback that the committee can discuss. Okay. Thank you for that. Other comments or feedback on this? Mrs. Oaks.
So Mont, I actually think it's a good idea. I'm just curious if we need to give clear direction to the policy committee of what that looks like. So I know currently the SEC, and somebody can correct me if I have this wrong, but it's 2 parents beyond total faculty members.
I think it's 1, but
Is it just 1?
Is it 2?
It's 2. Okay. So if we were to do it, then we would need to clarify. I mean, because currently we have 2 faculty, 1 librarian. Who else is on that committee?
Principal.
Principal, and then
Administrator, district librarian.
Well, at both levels, I'm curious about the numbers of what that would require in terms of how many parents would sit on the committee.
And this also draws from PTSA.
Yeah.
So it'd be 5 parents versus 3 and 5.
And 5.
Okay, that gets to be a lot of parents. And I wonder if that becomes very unwieldy in a committee. That is a big committee.
It is a big committee.
And one of the things that needs to be considered is the timeliness of the committee being able to accomplish the task that's asked of them. So, and anywhere from scheduling a meeting to getting the materials read.
And just a little historical knowledge, just a reminder of how hard it is to get people to even serve on the sex ed committee, that they don't have to read a whole entire book. Just saying. It's
Mrs. Schill.
So I'm just wondering what the policy committee, well, how they came on those numbers. I mean, I just like to understand that piece of it before we make
we
changes.
actually didn't change these from the original policy. Am I remembering that correctly? So those have been in the policy historically for both the school and
Okay.
district challenge.
Okay, good to know.
And we did have a little bit of conversation about looking to parents that are serving on the SEC and the PTA, because not only are they involved but they also, because of their involvement, they're a representative role in their leadership there at the school level as representatives.
Yes.
Let's see, we've got a few. Mr. Wrigley, and then Mrs. Schill, and then Mrs. Arnold.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot of the comments, but sometimes we get into minutia. The reason is if we have some really good criteria and we're having people that are professionals and parents that are sort of raising the arm, swear to the criteria that they'll be fine this. If I put 3 or 4 parents or 5 parents on, do I also have to do the same thing and check the political thing where the staff are coming from? I have to be sure that, I mean, we have to at some point say that we trust the people that are going to be on this committee. Otherwise, we're now into the same thing on parent. And we got our parents, making sure our parents are equal, but now do we want to make sure the staff are? I mean, the criteria is when I get into court, I have to follow what the law is. And based upon that, I have to make that decision. I may, and I've been on several juries, I may not agree, but if that's what the criteria is, I judge that based on what it is and go forth. So I don't know. I think we can get into large and huge committees and then have to come back on the staff and say, well, we really need to determine where the staff's coming from too. And these are all professionals, and the parents that want to do this, I assume, will come on this and say, we agree if we're on this committee to use this criteria, and not how personally we want to do it, but what the criteria is. And there'll be some discussion like you're on a jury, and then you'll vote. So I don't know.
Very
Sometimes
clear
I think it
process.
gets a little carried away on some of this. We could go crazy on making sure that everybody's equal representation totally. There needs to be some trust left in education.
Thank you, Mrs. Arnold, and then Mrs. Schill.
So with that in mind, can we take the principal off the list? Because no, leave it. I'm just thinking, I'm seriously thinking like, if there's like 6 books in a year, the poor principal's stuck reading 6 books and meeting with all those people to discuss the books. And they are already bombarded with so much to do. So that's what I was going to go for, or designate, because of the fact that between all their IEPs and all their everything's, anyway, yes, designate. Thank you.
That sounds good.
Thank you, Mrs. Schill.
I do agree with that. So good idea there. Just because, principals are super busy. So I have had an experience years ago being asked as a SEC member to read some stuff, and I was the only one who actually did it. So I'm just saying, I think it's better to keep it small, and especially if we're having multiple books. I mean, SECs are going to be reading books all the time then also. So anyway, I agree with just leaving it as it is.
And one other thing, what happens when the parent doesn't want to read sexually explicit books? I'm sorry, there are people out here who I got through 2 sentences and had to stop. So then we have the policy, it's in place, and what happens?
Mr. Milliberg.
I still feel that as a public school system, the input from the public is very important. And that's why I would favor having a majority coming from the parents. The other part of it is, if I can remember where I was going with this, give me a second, it'll come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll try to get it done before the snow flies, okay? It was a good point.
Mrs. Nybauer.
To be for a lot longer before we go get out in the snow.
Mon, I'm happy to take that back in policy committee to discuss further.
Yeah.
I did a lot of research with different districts across the state, and there are other districts who do have more parents on that committee.
And this is the other point I wanted to make is I'm interested in what the selection process is. Hypothetically, I have a principal that sits on that is in the SEC meeting, and the principal favors keeping a specific book in the library. And if the principal is one that says, I want you and I want you to represent the parents on the committee, and he selects people with his same point of view / her same point of view, then I've got a poor representation somewhere in there, even if it's only the parents on the SEC or only the parents from the PTSA that are voting to say we would select these individuals to go, then I would feel it'd be more representative. And I don't see that delineated in the selection process.
That's a good point. We can make that clarification. We did have that exact.
It would come back to.
Yes. And we had that exact discussion in the policy committee, which I brought up because I had read it in another district that the parents decided in PTA and SEC. So it was parent nominated.
Okay.
For and I think we can be more clear with that.
Yeah. I just didn't see that delineated.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Okay. Thank you.
And again, just pointing out that whether it's a school district review or a school or district challenge, those 15 criteria will make up the clear process as to how that decision is made, regardless of who is on that committee.
And even our United States Supreme Court seldom comes back 9-0.
I understand. We have policies that guide us. And I just want to, again, commend the policy committee that put a lot of thought into those criteria to really help provide that guidance when times are tough.
Mrs. Schill.
Sorry, one more thing, but I have also been on SEC for like 20 years. What happens is the principal will say, who wants to do this? And then no one raises their hand for a long time until someone finally raises their hand. It's not a stacking thing. Anyway, that's just my experience.
Okay. Any other feedback on this policy?
I think I've got all
thank
of the
you.
notes
We'll be bringing this back at a future board meeting. So that concludes item 8B, and now we'll move on to item 8C, introduction of proposal for adoption of new district-wide instructional materials. Amber Roderick Landward, ISD Director.
Yes. Hello again and good evening. Now, good night. I'm excited to be here for our annual curriculum adoption proposal. As President Tingy mentioned earlier during the instructional materials curriculum instructional materials policy update, we started this process in 2019, and it was exactly for the reasons as President Tingy mentioned, to really increase that transparency and consistency, but overall that predictability. And one of the things that we have heard from teachers prior to this procedure being in place was just the unknown of when a curriculum would be available and how much time they would have to engage in the process before they had to implement. So those procedures that are in practice and that are now going to be reflected in policy do identify a specific purpose that gives at least 12 and preferably 18 months from initiation of the process to implementation. So again, that there's plenty of time for that discussion. So with it being the first reading of 3, we in the past have typically just given a brief overview of all of the proposals that are on the table so that you have time then over the next couple of readings. And again, that 6 to 8 week process to be able to review the information so that we can gather feedback from our stakeholders and so that you have the information you need to take action in that 3rd reading. So as a reminder, the procedures for a district-wide curriculum adoption actually are a 24-step process, but the first 17 are put in place before we come to this point where we make the proposal to you all. And I wanted to also note that with the policy that you just reviewed for instructional materials, that procedure has in fact stayed the same. We've cleaned up a little bit of language, and I think Mrs. Nybar brought up that we did add a step, and that is that the board would have access to those materials and the overview and all of the information 2 weeks prior to the first reading so that you have time to be prepared to this point, and as you start to get questions as that information becomes public. So what you receive in your board docs information is all of the documentation related to those first 17 steps of the 24-step process, as well as an overview that highlights the rationale for the adoption, a summary of the evidence from that checklist, curriculum features for the curricula, what set this particular curriculum apart from others, and then any limitations, knowing that no curriculum or program is perfect. So that's organized in a narrative form for review. And again, all of these documents are available on board docs and public for all. So for this year's annual proposal, we have 3 proposals coming to you, 1 in chemistry, 1 in physics, and then 1 in elementary English language arts. I just want to highlight who these adoptions impact. So in high school chemistry, it's about 10 to 12 teachers that would be implementing this new curriculum. Physics would be the same, about 10 to 12 teachers. And for elementary English language arts, as this is a kindergarten through 5th grade adoption, we currently have 774 teachers that would be impacted by this. And then of course, every elementary student. So what I'll do is walk through just quickly each of the proposals in terms of the overview, knowing that you have more information and we've got more time to discuss over the next 6 weeks. And I trust that you will stop me if you have questions along the way. So you'll see some similarities in the chemistry and in the physics proposals. The rationale for moving forward with this proposal are the adoption by our Utah State Board of Education of the new science engineering education standards, also known as the SEED standards, which means the materials that we have in place, though they are limited and not necessarily widely used, have become outdated because of the advances in those standards and the expectations for students with regards to chemistry. So the curriculum committee that consisted of a representative from each of the 5 high schools spent time reviewing and are recommending chemistry dimensions by Houghton Mifflin Harcourt, also known as HMH. And in addition to the highlights that you have in your overview, I also wanted to highlight some of the real specific comments from our teachers about what set this curriculum apart from the other. And quite frankly, with both the chemistry and the physics, the top 2 were pretty much even. So just again, splitting hairs with some of those unique differences based on the course. With the chemistry curriculum and the dimensions through HMH, the teachers really felt like the specific phenomenon identified in the scope and sequence were superior over the other programs that they reviewed. They also really appreciated the extensive engineering in that particular curriculum, because that's not necessarily as common, and it's not necessarily something that all of our teachers have extensive professional development or schooling in. So to be able to have that resource to be able to support those components of the standards was something that was seen as a real asset.
The teachers also really liked the student consumable that came with chemistry and thought that was a nice addition. In both the chemistry and the physics, you'll notice in your overview that they are compatible with Canvas in terms of a full integration. They have great scaffolds in terms of leveled readers to be able to support students at varying reading levels, still with the complex information. And there's an online tutoring component with the digital platform. The program also highlights the best practices in chemistry education and focusing specifically on those pedagogy principles that our district and our teachers have come to implement regularly in terms of integrating reading and writing and collaboration more regularly. The professional learning that the chemistry teachers and our curriculum specialists in ISD have talked through in terms of what they would need. Mind you, they've had access to this curriculum since the review process, even though there were only 5 on the committee. All of the teachers who teach chemistry have had access to be able to give input. So they've been digging in. One in-person day right now is what is tentatively planned or what would be planned. And that would be offered in June or August so that teachers have choice as to when they can access that professional learning. The instructional guides, formerly known as curriculum maps, but will be adjusted with the new policy, will be published in May, which will also help guide that scope and sequence and support for beginning implementation in the fall. And then, as is with all professional learning, particularly with an implementation like this, ongoing coaching from the school-based coach and our science specialists will be available and deployed. Any questions about chemistry?
Any questions about this one? I had one question on the student consumable.
Yes.
Is that like a workbook or is it?
That is my understanding, but I can give you more.
It's not a digital thing. It's an actual.
It's an actual. Yeah, it's a physical print copy, and I can outline. Excuse me. The integration of that more specifically as well.
Yeah, I guess because I don't think it's on the slides. I think it was on your other documents about the cost of that. So maybe could you bring that information back as well?
And I have that now actually.
Kind of the one time and the ongoing. Okay.
So yep, the what we would recommend is that we purchase a 7-year subscription for both the physics and the chemistry, because then that puts us in line with upping those subscriptions with the biology and earth science. So we'd be negotiating once action is taken. And the last quote that we had would be roughly about $189 per student for the chemistry. And given our current enrollment and that 7-year subscription, it would bring us around about a $268,000 total purchase for that 7-year subscription for chemistry. Again, still working on some of those negotiation pieces, so that could.
And that would include the consumable for 7 years worth. Okay.
And the digital license for students and teachers.
Thank you. Any other questions on this one? No.
Okay, physics, you can see there the rationale is the same. The seed standards were new and introduced for all science courses in 2019. So here we are. The curriculum that the committee has recommended is Inspire Physics, which is also through the same line that we adopted for biology and for earth science. While this curriculum had some similar features to the chemistry, which is a different publisher in terms of the ability to scaffold, the committee felt, and particularly the teachers, really felt that the text was much more rigorous with this particular curriculum, and the embedded scaffolds with those leveled readers and strategies were also much more comprehensive, particularly the language supports that were available as additional resources for our multilingual learners. So giving them access was seen as a huge asset and step towards making all of our curriculum more accessible. The professional learning for the physics teachers would be the same as chemistry. They felt like one day of time together in a professional learning environment
with the specialist, and the publisher would give them the tools that they need, particularly because they've had access to the curriculum and then would have access to ongoing coaching. This particular curriculum is a little bit more expensive for those subscriptions, coming in at around $222 per student. And again, negotiation is not final. And given our enrollment, we'd be looking at about a $200,000 price tag for that 7-year subscription. Any questions about physics?
Any questions on this one? Nope. Thank you. Keep going.
Okay. Going. Okay. Elementary English language arts. This seems to be one that has caught most folks' attention, likely because it's impacting so many students and every teacher at the elementary level. So the rationale for adopting it is time. I mentioned the timeline that USBE put in place for standards revision. Those standards for ELA are in the process of being revised, and from what I understand, will be up for public review and comment at the start of the calendar year for that 90-day review, so that they can be ready to be released by the end of this school year into the summer. Those new standards have gone deeper in terms of the foundation standards by requiring a deeper context for phonemic awareness and phonics, and not just in depth, but also in breadth by adding foundation standards to 4th and 5th grade, where they have not typically been in the past. So that's a significant component that is new for the standards. Reading Street also is expiring. So we were informed in 2019 that it was sunsetting and that print materials would no longer be available. What they had in their warehouse at the time was all that they were selling. So we've been actually without replacements for the print materials that have been needing replacement for a couple of years now. Our digital license is also expiring, and they will not allow us to renew it. So that ends after this school year, with no option to renew that, unfortunately. And that comes into play when we talk about implementation. And then finally, the final component for a rationale for adoption is what we shared with you in October in terms of our student achievement data in reading. We have been stagnant for a number of years now, and particularly in the early grades, 1 out of every 3 of our students is below benchmark. And those students who are identified as below benchmark in 1st grade, we are seeing them stay there through middle school. So we definitely have a sense of urgency to look at how we can best support our teachers with providing the best instruction for our students so that they can be successful readers and learners. In order to do this, we have worked with the committee that included 53 educators. 39 of them, Clarine, were teachers. So every school was represented with at least 1 teacher. We made sure that representation with the teachers not only included every school, but every program, that grades were evenly represented. We had dual immersion, gifted and talented teachers, representation again from all of our schools and demographics. So it was a rather large committee, and they worked their tails off reviewing these curricula over a couple of days, and then continued to offer feedback and be the spokespeople in their school with questions. Their work resulted in a double adoption. So the recommendation is that we adopt the 2023 version of Wonders, which is brand new, and you can access that online through the code on board docs, that this curriculum be used to teach the reading, writing, and speaking and listening standards of the English language arts standards, and that 95 core phonics be used to teach the foundation standards. 95 may sound familiar because our schools are using their Tier 2 intervention for reading. So it's something that will align core through intervention and is even now embedded in our special education instruction. So I'll walk you through the highlights of both Wonders and 95 core phonics. So one of the things that came up over and over again in the review from the teachers was the rigor of Wonders, which they loved and also recognized, this is what our students need, but this is definitely more rigorous than what they are used to. And that rigor came in every aspect of those reading components and writing components. The other piece that set Wonders apart from the other curricula were the rich and diverse text sets. And so text is a plentiful, and not only is it diverse in genre, it is diverse in complexity for each of the text sets, as well as in diverse in terms of representation, both in characters and in authors. The reading routines also mirror what we've been teaching in our professional learning for the last several years in terms of close reading and structured classroom discussion. They are embedded, so rather than teachers having to add those in, they have access to see those within every lesson. And then this program incorporates daily writing, which is something that was very weak in Reading Street that we've had to supplement, and our teachers have been telling us that for years. And it connects directly to what they've been reading. So again, that connection has been continually seen as an asset in this particular program. In addition to that writing occurring every day, the rubrics for students to be able to start self-assessing and for teachers to be able to give consistent feedback are also embedded. So it's not something that they have to find elsewhere right now. Those rubrics are in our curriculum maps and on the web because they're not embedded into the curriculum. And this gives them the opportunity to access them right in their resources and in their curriculum. I know I'm going over a lot of highlights, but there were so many things that set this program apart from the others. The other one that I just want to really call out is the supports that are embedded in every lesson for our language learners. They are so extensive and organized by newcomer to advanced, where you are in terms of that WIDA designation if you are a multilingual learner, that we would not likely have to adopt an additional supplementary program to provide supports for English language development for our students. That is a huge plus because that means one less curriculum program that our teachers who are serving students who are multilingual learners would have to learn, adapt, and integrate into what they're doing with core instruction. And while we're talking about differentiated supports, Wonders had a multitude, but it's one of the best that we have seen for providing differentiated supports for students who are above level, both in terms of their access to different types of text, but also with some suggestions for supporting students who are gifted and talented and need some extensions for their continuing to challenge them beyond the mastery that they may already have. And then finally, the digital platform has a full integration component with Canvas, which supports the work that Dr. Robbins highlighted of our teachers in terms of their digital teaching and learning practices that they're incorporating. And speaking of those digital practices, the digital tools within the platform are very user-friendly and flexible for teachers, teams, and even at the district level, there are some components that we can put in place to complete ahead of time for our teachers so that they don't have to do that. Okay. In talking with board leadership, I had mentioned that Wonders also is widely implemented in Utah. And so the suggestion was made that we highlight specifically who in our state. And in talking with the Wonders representative today, he remembers, and I can confirm this for our next meeting, that it's approximately 65% of Utah elementary students are being taught the English language arts standards with a version of Wonders. What we're proposing is, again, that 2023 version. It's brand new. The districts have not implemented that particular version. It's not significantly different from 2020, but again, I can bring those differences back to you if that is necessary as well. The 95 core phonics, which is part of this dual adoption. Some of the things that set it apart were the extensiveness in terms of the breadth and depth in which the curriculum organizes the scope and sequence for phonemic awareness and phonics, as well as spelling and early decoding. It's the most robust program that we have seen, and we really feel like this will be a game changer for our students, really becoming completely fluent and being able to apply each level of their phonemic awareness and phonics understanding to be competent readers. It also aligns to those standards that are coming out from USBE, which we have been a part of those committees. That's why we know that. We have access to those early. And then finally, and perhaps most importantly, our teachers have been working their guts out to really master the science of reading and integrate that into their pedagogy through the USBE Letters Early Literacy Project. This curriculum aligns with everything that they're learning, which means that they'd be able to maintain what they've learned, put it into practice, and also wouldn't need as much training because they're getting it right now. Let me keep going. You good? Okay. I feel like everybody's ready to run out into the snow and I'm like holding everybody back. So given the conversations that we have had over the last couple of months around social emotional learning, it caught all of our eye when there were social emotional components within the Wonders program. So I wanted to just highlight what those are so that we can be really clear about what it is and what it isn't. Prior to the business meeting starting, I put on each of your chairs a yellow folder that looks just like mine that has some specific resources so that you could have a print copy of what you would see in the teacher's edition if you had a print copy of that. Because what I'm going to show you is actually not super easy to find in the digital platform. And so I want to just make sure that we call it out there and you have access to that. So Wonders has organized a component of their curriculum into what they call teaching the whole child. And they believe that teaching the whole child really encompasses three things that they feel are important for embedding into this curriculum that is so important in an elementary school. And that is habits of learning. You can see there that being the biggest circle and the key to what they think is teaching the whole child, because it focuses on specific goals for learning and attitudes for learning. Social emotional learning in terms of some of those social skills to be able to master and practice, particularly as it relates to learning content in English language arts. And then a component that they call classroom culture that really focuses on collaboration. So when you look at the curriculum, and I think all of you have a teacher's edition print copy that should be really fun reading over the next couple of weeks. You'll see some of these components in the print copy at the beginning of every unit. Again, you really have to do some digging to find it online. Those habits of learning are really targeted towards what we call in our academic framework, teacher clarity and focusing on learning intentions. And so you'll see those represented throughout the curriculum K through 5 in terms of those learning goals for each of the lessons. The classroom culture is typically signified with collaboration and then a specific embedded component, mostly in the 2nd through 5 curriculum and related to writing. The social emotional learning focuses on key areas that support learning development, and it looks a little different in each grade level for the Wonders curriculum. So for kindergarten and 1st grade, those habits of learning and classroom culture, again, 2 of those 3 circles for the whole child, are referenced throughout the teacher's edition, as I mentioned. They are not mentioned in any of the student anthology because, again, that's a teacher clarity component and routines for setting up your classroom of collaboration. The social emotional learning for kindergarten and 1st grade has some optional lesson plans. For kindergarten, those lessons are available each week. And for 1st grade, they're available during weeks 1 and 4 of each unit. The lessons are organized into 3 key components, what they call engage together, explore together, and connect the learning. And you have specific examples of a lesson plan in your yellow folder that you can review. I won't get into it. I know that we're pressed for time. And then there's a key component within that lesson plan that reminds the teacher of the importance of connecting to family. And then that comes with a specific letter that goes home every week with the information about the letter, including the video and any information that would be part of this lesson plan. In the first grade curriculum, because there is not a lesson plan every week, they have what they call a teachable moment at the beginning of each week's overview that just reminds teachers that there are SEL videos available if they want to integrate those. The way these are organized in the teacher's edition is, I was sharing this with Clarine today, it's very interesting. So it's at the very beginning for building background of the lesson, but it is not listed in the actual overview of the lesson or the unit plan because it really is more of a connection than a critical component of the program. So you'll notice in the overview, I actually outlined that the SEL component would not be something that we would be putting into our instructional guide for initial implementation. That is something that you are welcome to direct us to consider as you make decisions about our next steps for social emotional learning. For 2nd through 5th grade, it's even lighter in terms of, again, what I'm calling is a social emotional connection, learning connection, not really even a curriculum. So using that same 3-component model of the whole child, the habits of learning and the classroom culture are referenced throughout the teacher's edition, and you'll see that both online and in the print copy. And then at the beginning of each unit, there is an SEL connection that identifies the tech sets for that unit and a focus that they have called out in their social emotional skills. So it could be curiosity, it could be competence. So they've got a list of those there as well, and I've got that in your handouts. And then what they have available, but it is, again, buried in the digital platform, so it's not easily accessible, which is why you have a copy here, is their partnership with Character Lab. And many of you are familiar with Angela Duckworth and her work on grit. Character Lab is actually her nonprofit organization where they have curated resources to be able to support skills in developing that social emotional learning, really geared towards, I wouldn't say it's geared towards kids, it's geared more towards adults. And so then the process by which Wonders has it connected is for the teacher to be able to learn about it, to be able to model it, to be able to celebrate it, and enable it to happen through that implicit modeling versus an explicit lesson. So that is what the social emotional learning connection looks like in 2nd through 5th grade. This graphic here shows where those Character Lab connections can connect to each text set in each unit. Again, it's an optional piece. This particular graphic is not even in the print or the digital teaching edition. It's something that has to be searched as a separate resource. So there are not any explicit SEL lessons for 2nd through 5th grades.
Madam President, I was going to ask if we could just close the meeting early and review all this material and come back to it. The weather is really, really bad out there.
Yeah.
And I just don't think we need to prolong.
I'm getting some reports. So do you want to just summarize? Is there anything that's not on these slides? Because I know these slides are available on board docs as well for the public that you would like to.
No, just the only thing I just want to highlight is that the draft of the implementation plan is in fact a draft. We met with the curriculum committee one more time to begin soliciting their ideas for professional learning. Loud and clear, they wanted choice. So we'll be working on that more extensively, as well as working with principals to talk more about the implementation rollout in terms of, with it being a double adoption, some teachers are requesting some leeway with when we adopt one versus the other. So we can talk about that at the next meeting and what the principal's recommendation is as well.
Okay.
And the teachers have access to the books.
Teachers have access to sample print copy as well as the full digital platform.
And Mr. Wrigley has a quick comment.
Just really quickly, from what I understand, this teaching of the whole child is more character ed focused.
Yeah.
And it's not
definitely.
council approved.
No,
It
so
doesn't meet the
they-
Castle criteria or whatever.
Nope, it does not meet the Castle criteria. So there is a reference statement, I think it was published a couple of years ago, that is embedded in the teacher resource library that has McGraw-Hill's, view on social emotional learning. They reference Castle as a research body, and then they identify their 7 principles of social emotional learning that are not
Like
the same
in
as
line
Castle.
with Castle. Yeah.
Okay, Mrs. Neubauer.
Can we consider that next meeting is the first reading? Because I have a ton of questions and we've just heard the presentation, but yeah.
So what we'll do is, this is a first reading. What we'll do is we'll bring it back, and then if there's still questions or comments and the board wants more time, we'll just take it one step.
Because we weren't able to discuss.
And I'm happy.
We'll take
to
it one step
address
at a
any
time,
questions between
and-
now and then, privately, if that would help.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're not going to rush it. There will be time. And so just to be clear, these materials are available to teachers, to the public, as well as to board members, and we can take time, review them, and we'll come back at the next time and have opportunity to discuss and have questions. And then also communications folks will be sending out information to parents in the meantime to let them know that this is something the board is considering and how to access the information on that. So, okay. Thank you. I think, we are getting reports that it's
Let's get out
pretty,
there.
the roads are pretty bad outside. And so we will go ahead and end our meeting. Board members, is there anything you want to say in addition? I think superintendent has a quick message.
Just
and then
real quick.
Mr. Millerberg.
Yeah. So tomorrow will be a remote learning day. We're going to pivot. We've got 13,000 plus residents without power in Sandy and the Granite area. And it looks like snow is not predicted to quit until around 6 a.m.-ish, 7 a.m. But the temperature is going to fall below freezing between 3 and 5. So obviously it's going to be challenging for our buses at that point, along with the power outage and the not being sure that we'll have power in our buildings in the morning. We'll move to remote learning tomorrow. So that communication is going out right now. Yeah, it's not good. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Millerberg.
Yeah, I had a few other things, but this one will happen probably before we get together again. The director of the USBA met Friday. Number one takeaway is the annual conference will be January 6th through 8th. Make sure you have that on your calendar. Changes in bylaws and handbook changes will be there. They've been emailed out and they will be voted on at the conference. So you'll want to come prepared for that. And the legislative day on the Hill is combining the district day and the student day and everything into one. And if you'll mark your calendar for February 22.
Great. Thank you for that information.
Looks like everybody else left with it here.
Yeah. Yeah. So yes. So thank you all. And I just want to wish everyone safe travels, and I'll put this on the record and wish Mr. Millerberg a happy birthday, what's left of it.
Oh, thank you.
So, yeah, the same birthday. I like your